This story began with ovations and shouts from the spectators who were watching the duel of two fighters. One of them was named Sanyok, but to the spectators and the whole world, he was known as Mr. Precision. His opponent, Daro Anso, missed a cross-punch and immediately collapsed onto the ring. The referee quickly ran to the fallen fighter and loudly declared that Daro Anso was knocked out. The spectators burst into a new wave of ovations, while the referee announced that Khan Sanyok, holding a record of 432 wins and 18 losses, had defended his title again. However, Sanyok himself did not feel like a winner, and the spectators in the stands could not see his pained face. After the duel, a press conference was held, where all the journalists congratulated the champion on his victory and bombarded him with questions. One female journalist asked Sanyok if it was true that he was going to make an important announcement after this fight, but the answer shocked everyone present because Khan Sanyok stated that this was the last fight of his career. All journalists and reporters immediately began asking the same question. Was this decision related to rumors about deteriorating health? In response, Sanyok confirmed these rumors, reporting that he had serious health problems. But then the next question followed. What exactly were the problems? However, this time, the manager took the floor and revealed irreversible processes in Sanyok's body, caused by many fights and intense training. Reporters were forced to agree with the manager's words, since Sanyok had been in sports for 30 years. At this, the manager decided to end the interview, but the reporters kept asking Sanyok, would he really just give up his champion title? One of them called out to Sanyok, calling him Mr. Precision, but Sanyok could not suppress an ironic smirk at this nickname. Long ago, he was nicknamed Mr. Precision, and soon after that, Sanyok became a living legend of mixed martial arts. Since childhood, he demonstrated incredible success in martial arts. Sanyok practiced boxing, Muay Thai, Taekwondo, wrestling, and many others. He earned the champion title just 3 years after his debut as an athlete, and then Sanyok became an undefeated champion, breaking all records. But he had been in this sport for 30 years, and unfortunately, lost his main fight, the fight against time. And worst of all, the verdict was delivered by doctors, diagnosing him with non-small cell lung cancer. When Sanyok left, he was given a standing ovation, but in his soul he remained on the rig, and mentally was still eager to fight. Only his body had failed him. Fate took away Sanyok's meaning of life, so he asked himself, why should he live on? But before the world was engulfed in darkness, Sanyok looked at the ceiling and said that he had always been alone, and would die alone as well. An age of lawlessness, devastation, and endless wars. It was the age of the Kingdom of Jun, which spread across the entire continent and fought with the rest of the world. This kingdom was more fragmented compared to other states, but it was very resilient. The reason for such resilience was that at that time, Bodhidharma from India was teaching people the technique of spiritual development. And combined with already known combat techniques, this technique gave birth to a completely new martial art. However, the Murim sects, which arose simultaneously with this martial art, were banned in many states, and their activities were harshly suppressed. But King Jusang, who ruled the Kingdom of Ju, reasoned that their strength would serve him well in war, so he accepted the sect's followers in his kingdom and helped them develop. The king's heir, Jusan, continued to support the Murim sect, and soon the Kingdom of Ju won victory and united the continent. Thus began the golden age for the Murim teachings, but due to the influence of the White Lotus Society, the Orthodox sect and the demonic cult were constantly at war. Having finished reading the second volume of Murim history, the young man closed the book and said that he had always been interested in this martial art. However, the next moment, an angry maid with a broom entered the library and called out to the young master Jan. The maid reminded him that the young man was not supposed to be here, for which Jan apologized sheepishly. However, then the young man carefreely ran outside, causing the maid to ask, "Where is he rushing to?" In response, Jan warned that he was going for a walk and would most likely return late, to which the maid shouted after him to come back for lunch. He cheerfully replied that he heard everything, and immediately ran out through the gate above which was the inscription, "Wall of the Golden Tiger." The maid watched the young master with her eyes, and confessed to the guard at the gate that every time Yeon runs off for a walk, she worries so much about him. Then the guard smirked and agreed with the maid, for the young scion of the master could be sold for a hefty sack of gold. Meanwhile, Yeon had already run far enough from the house and was now doing stretching exercises, and having finished with them, the young man chose the nearest tree as his boxing bag. And then Yeon withdrew into himself, immersed in the past, in which the spectators chanted his nickname, Mr. Precision. Yeon imagined himself as before, not a child, but a champion of mixed martial arts, Sanhyok. And then he imagined himself in the ring, and instead of the tree, his opponent. Yeon prepared for the fight, and in the next moment, his opponent rushed to attack, but Yeon easily dodged his strike, and then he kicked the opponent under the knee, but he stood firm, and bending down rushed to grapple. He went on the defense, but it turned out to be a feint. At the last second, the opponent responded with an uppercut. Yeon was thrown back, but he immediately went on the offensive and continued the fight with the imaginary opponent. However, all this time, a guard who was hiding in a tree was watching Yeon. From there, he observed Yeon's training and sincerely did not understand what the young master was doing by himself. But in the next moment, Yeon kicked the tree with such force that he simply broke it. Yeon looked at the result of his actions in shock, because he was only 9, and he was already so strong. 9 years have passed since Sanhyuk was reborn in this world, but the memory of his past life remained with him. Sanhyuk did not know who was more real, himself from the past, or now. But he knew for sure that, as in his past life, he was born to master martial arts. In his past life, Yeon was never able to fulfill many of his desires, because in that world, there were laws and rules of decency. But here, nothing would hold him back. So Yeon decided to make a name for himself again, one that would shake the whole world, like Mr. Precision. However, when Yeon was about to return home, he suddenly heard some rustling, and then a guard crawled out from under the fallen tree, who was extremely puzzled by the question. How can a boy possess such strength? He was surprised by the sudden viewer, and, approaching the guard, asked, why was he spying on him? The guard had no other choice but to admit that he was watching the young master by order of his father. Such an answer did not please Yeon, because it meant that the guard had seen his training. The local people might not like it if they found out that Yeon practices martial arts unknown to them, but the main thing is that the father must not find out about it, because the Wall of the Golden Tiger is the smallest of the 10 most influential feudal clans ruling the Central Plain. Even being the smallest, this clan still has a strong reputation due to its generosity, wealth, and devout adherence to the principles of the dominant religion. And the leader of the clan is Jaehyun, who has a wife and 2 elder daughters. However, later the couple conceived a son named Yeon White, who is now Sanhyuk, and so when Jaehyun called his son for a talk, Yeon had to obediently appear in his office. The clan leader had nevertheless learned that his son was studying martial arts practiced by bandits and all sorts of riffraff, but Yeon denied everything. Then Jaehyun could not stand it, and declared that he had heard Yeon doing rolls and practicing kicks and punches. But in response, Yeon seriously explained that this was an advanced martial art taught to him by a traveling master. However, Jaehyun immediately saw through his son and shouted that if he was going to lie to his father, he could at least try to come up with something plausible. Soon the clan leader calmed down and suggested to his son to become a novice at the monastery of the Hua Mountain sect in order to learn martial arts like all normal aristocrats. But Yeon immediately refused and stated that the martial art he knows is no worse than what they teach at the Hua Mountain sect. Such an answer angered Jaehyun, because he could not understand why his obedient son got carried away with this nonsense. Therefore, Jaehyun declared that he would send his son to the Hua Mountain Monastery in 10 days. Yeon was stunned by this news, but quickly pulled himself together and proposed a bet to his father. Yan guessed that his father had acquaintances in the Hua Mountain Monastery, so he suggested contacting them and asking to send a novice of his own age to the estate. Then Yeon planned to fight him and prove whose martial arts were better. And if he won, his father would no longer interfere with his independent pursuit of the warrior's path. But if the novice won, Yeon would obey his father's order without objections, which completely satisfied Jahan. Therefore, they shook hands and gave each other the word of a true man. But in his thoughts, Jahan cunningly guessed that Yeon had no idea what kind of trap he had fallen into, all because his opponent would be a novice of Master Hyokdok, the first elder of the Hua Mountain sect, known as the Scent of the Plum Blossom. Meanwhile, in the monastery of Mount Hua, the very same novice, or rather novice nun, was training in fencing with her older brother. The girl's name was Yunhwa, but despite her young age, she was the best student of Master Hyokdok. Her opponent was older, both in rank and age, but that did not save him from defeat. With a single thrust, Yunhua disarmed her brother, breaking his wooden sword. Nevertheless, the boy was not upset, and getting back on his feet, told his sister that she was just a step away from the title of First Bud of Mount Hua. At the praise, Yunhua literally beamed and eagerly promised her brother that she would try even harder. But the next moment, Hyokdok called out to Yunhua and also praised her for her achievements. Hyokdok had been watching her training all this time and wondered to himself, how did he come to be the teacher of such a golden child? Yunhua greeted the teacher, but then asked, hadn't he gone to an important meeting? Then in response, Hyokdok brought her good news. An old friend of his had invited them both to his estate, and in honor of this, there would be a real feast with all kinds of delicacies. Yunhua loved sweets and dumplings the most, so she jumped for joy. However, then Hyokdok mentioned one condition, which immediately made the girl wary. The thing is, the teacher's friend is worried that his son has become obsessed with some strange martial art, and therefore he would like Yunhua to knock the arrogance out of his disobedient son. Then in response, Yunhua cheerfully declared that for the sake of dumplings and helping the teacher's friend, she would gladly teach him a lesson. After some time, a crowd of curious spectators gathered at the training ground of the Golden Tiger Walls. A rumor had already spread throughout the estate that the young master would fight with a disciple of the Hua Mountain sect, so the servants smirked in anticipation of entertainment. Jae-hyun also glanced at his son with a smirk and thought that he needed to experience shame in order to start thinking with his head and obey his elders. Meanwhile, Hyokdok and his student stepped into the center of the training ground and thanked Jae-hyun for his hospitality. However, Yona was clearly disappointed by the fact that a little girl was sent from the monastery, and when the exchange of courtesies was over, Jae-hyun suggested that Hyokdok begin the duel. Yeon and Yunhua stood opposite each other, while Hyokdok explained the rules of the duel to them. The master forbade inflicting serious injuries on the opponent, and explained that when one of them admits defeat or loses consciousness, the other is considered the winner. Hyokdok also added that the duel would immediately stop if there was a risk of serious injury or mutilation. And then the master publicly announced the start of the duel. Then Yunhua introduced herself first and declared that she would use the 6-step sword technique. In response, Yeon took a wrestling stance and also introduced himself. But this did not impress Yunhua. On the contrary, she thought irritably, what kind of stupid stance is that? In a competitive duel, it is customary to name your martial art and the teaching you follow. But Yeon remained silent. Yunhua perceived this as an expression of arrogance and therefore decided to disgrace Yeon by showing him all her strength. But Yeon was extremely focused and ready for any attack. But in the next moment, Yunhua used the binding thrust technique, and at the same second, invisible thorns rushed at Yeon. They were supposed to bind his movements, but in response, Yeon simply went straight through. For Yunhua, this was a pathetic attempt. She considered Yeon just a boy without strategy, and without hesitation brought the sword down on his head. But how surprised she was when Yeon dodged the blow and, grabbing Yunhua, knocked her to the ground. At this, everyone present, even Jahan and Hyukdok, had their mouths open. Meanwhile, Yeon loomed over Yunhua and was already raising his arm for the decisive strike. Yunhua desperately shouted that this was not a martial art, but just a street fight. But in response, Yeon told her to be quiet, and then declared that he would be the winner, and how exactly did not matter. And in the next moment, Yeon slammed his fist with such force that he broke the pavement. At such a sight, Jaehyun was forced to admit that his son was truly strong. But fortunately for Yunhua, Yeon did not even think of hitting her. The strike was only a demonstration of his superior strength. Therefore, Yeon triumphantly straightened up and asked his father, had he won the duel? However, in response, Jaehyun angrily shouted that Yeon should not even dare to mention victory, because he had ruined the entire duel. Yeon objected, saying that he had immobilized his opponent, and if he had hit not the pavement but her face, it would have been a serious injury. But Jaehyun stood his ground and stubbornly insisted that it should have been a duel according to martial arts rules, not a street fight. Then Yeon declared that he also trained hard and was achieving enlightenment, so he was practicing martial arts, which gave Jaehyun a headache. But Master Hyokdok remained silent, because Yeon was right about something. Hyokdok admitted that the young man possessed incredible control over spiritual energy for his age, but as a master, he could not consider this duel fair, and therefore Hyokdok intervened in the dispute and told Yeon that his martial art was no different from the martial arts of unorthodox sects and demonic cults. And traditional martial arts are not only a path of strength, they teach a person nobility, developing his soul and body. After the master's words, the spectators began whispering that when a man develops only brute strength within himself, he is no different from an ordinary killer. In that case, Yeon asked Master Hyokdok to explain to him the difference between the invincible demon, the master of traditional martial arts, and the king of eccentricity and nobility. Hyokdok was amazed by the young man's knowledge, and Yeon reminded him that their king fought nobly and honestly, but still came from an unorthodox sect. Then Hyokdok recalled that 80 years ago there lived a noble and talented follower of orthodox teachings named Bansong. Over time, he discovered an abyss of evil within himself and went down the path of demonic martial arts, killing countless people. For this, Bansong was called the Invincible Demon. But strangely enough, Bansong found this demonic art in a secret treatise on overcoming human passions within oneself. Bansong understood this treatise in his own way, and the evil that lay deep in his soul awakened and rapidly engulfed his entire being. Thus he became one of the greatest villains of his century. But King Yeomhui always enjoyed the people's love, despite the fact that he was a former bandit and follower of an unorthodox sect. He spent his whole life perfecting martial arts and became one of the 100 best masters, for which people nicknamed him the King of Eccentricity and Nobility. Meanwhile, Yeon declared that if a master of traditional martial arts commits a crime, that makes him a heretic, and therefore, if Yeon lived righteously while studying unconventional martial arts, he would have the right to be called a devout and righteous man. From these words, Hyokdok was forced to admit that Yeon argued well. But why hadn't he thought of this before? All this time, Hyokdok thought that those who study unconventional martial arts were heretics, and those considered righteous in society would use martial arts only for self-development. However, the master pondered this so deeply and for so long that Yeon began to worry about him. But in the next moment, Hyokdok suddenly flared with a blue aura. A guard immediately ran up to him and solemnly congratulated him on achieving enlightenment. Hyokdok blushed and with a smile assured everyone present that he had simply seen a wall separating him from true enlightenment. But the spectators continued to praise the master, because if he sees the next wall, it means he is close to attaining the highest knowledge of martial arts. And only Yeon sincerely did not understand what was happening at all. But then Yeon came to his senses and asked Hyokdok if he had won the duel, to which the master thoughtfully replied with agreement. Then Yeon literally shone with joy, which could not be said about his father, for Jaehyun was a noble man and never broke his word. But then Master Hyokdok himself thanked Yeon for his help in enlightenment and in gratitude offered a duel. However, in response, Yeon asked his father with a disappointed look, "Is it really necessary?" Jaehyun immediately flared up at such impudence and shouted that being challenged to a duel by a master is a great honor. But Hyokdok took a different approach with the youth and said that if the fight impressed him, he would reward Yeon. As a reward for the duel, the master was ready to teach Yeon any self-development techniques he wished. Such an offer interested Yeon, but Hyokdok reminded him that this would only happen if the duel impressed him. Then Yeon asked the master, "What will happen if he wins the duel?" Hyokdok smirked at such confidence, since Yeon was not even 10 years old yet, and he already thought he could defeat a martial arts master. Therefore, in response, Hyokdok promised Yeon that in case of defeat, he would owe him a debt. Yeon immediately agreed, and, punching his palm, smiled and suggested to start the duel as soon as possible. However, then his attention was drawn to Yunhwa, who no longer uttered a word. The novice looked at Yeon with a piercing gaze, which made him even feel sorry for her. But Yeon quickly forgot about the girl when Master Hyokdok took a wooden sword in his hands and asked, "Is he ready for the fight?" In response, Yeon took a fighting stance and declared that he was ready. Then Jaehyun announced the start of the duel, but this time neither opponent moved. The spectators began whispering about why they were not moving, but the truth was that both opponents were simply observing each other. Yeon felt the strong aura of Master Hyokdok, which spread far around, so he understood that he would deeply regret it if he charged headlong. Yeon had no weapon, but he needed to somehow engage in close combat, so he decided to try to step over the boundary of the master's aura and see what would happen. But he could not attack half-heartedly, because the surest way for the weak to defeat the strong is to take the hit in order to counterattack. Meanwhile, Hyokdok realized that Yeon could see the radius of his aura, and in his thoughts admitted that he had met a child more talented than Yunhwa. But then Hyokdok decided to intimidate the young man and stepped towards him. And in the next moment, the radius of the master's aura instantly expanded to cover the entire training ground. At such a sight, Yeon was stunned and even forgot that the duel was actually underway. Then Hyokdok asked with a smirk how long Yeon intended to tremble with fear, and suggested he go back to his mother's skirt. And then the master swung his sword, and at that very second, a wave of concentrated kwai rushed towards Yeon. However, Yeon dodged the attack by diving under the wave. Hyokdok continued to strike, but with each swing of the sword, Yeon got closer to the opponent. The master was forced to admit that Yeon knew how to work with his legs and move unpredictably, but Yeon realized that Hyokdok did not give him any concessions for his age. He delivered real blows, and did so with bloodthirstiness. But if Yeon continued to dodge, eventually he would get at least one chance to strike the blind spot. And soon such a chance presented itself when Yeon got practically close to the master. But in the next moment, Hyokdok struck Yeon's shoulder with the sword, with such force that he lifted the boy off the ground. Then he smiled and told the young opponent that he still had a lot to learn. However, in response, Yeon suddenly grabbed Hyokdok by the back of the head and shouted that now it was his turn to give a thrashing. The master managed to dodge Yeon's leg and declared that such tricks would not work on him, but that was not an attack. Yeon threw his leg over Hyokdok's shoulder and grabbed his arm in a hold. Then Yeon applied a jujitsu technique on the master called the elbow lever, and in the next moment, Hyokdok, known as the scent of the plum blossom, screamed from unbearable pain. In response to the screams, Yeon smirked, already anticipating victory, because no matter how much of a master Hyokdok was, he still couldn't escape the pain hold. However, to Yeon's extreme surprise, Master Hyokdok suddenly began to emit spiritual energy. Then Hyokdok smiled and easily lifted the boy above his head. Yeon was amazed by the master's spiritual energy. But in the next moment, Hyokdok slammed him to the floor with such force that he cracked the pavement. Yeon came to consciousness already in his own bed. His whole body immediately responded with aches, and his bruised shoulder shot with sharp pain. But following the pain came the realization that Yeon had indeed lost the duel. However, Yeon was not upset by this, as he had gained valuable experience. Then Master Hyokdok entered the room, prompting Yeon to ask why he had come. But before answering, Hyokdok carefully felt the back of the youth's head, causing him to gasp. Only after that did the master smile and admit that he had been worried about Yeon. But now he was convinced there was no reason for concern. And then Hyokdok asked Yeon, how was his first loss in life? However, in response, the young man shyly admitted that this was not his first defeat. The master's face lengthened with surprise, as he clearly did not expect that there was a child in this city who could give Yeon a beating. But then Hyokdok declared that since the young man intended to follow the path of martial arts improvement, he would give him one piece of advice. But before that, the master asked Yeon a question. What does he want most? Strength or the thrill of battle? Yeon decided that it would be easier to create his own martial art from those he knew from his past life than to learn completely new ones from scratch. So he answered that he simply loved to fight. But then Hyokdok asked, why, in that case, does Yeon stubbornly refuse to study traditional martial arts, since they also have many advantages? After these words, Yeon was forced to admit that the master was right, as there is much unexplored in traditional martial arts. And the fact that Yeon neglected traditional martial arts was simply a manifestation of his stubbornness and unwillingness to learn something new. By criticizing Master Hyokdok, he trapped himself by contradicting himself. Yeon thought so deeply about this dilemma that he did not notice how he began to meditate. So Hyokdok decided not to disturb him. Leaving the room, he thought that Yeon was an incredible child, as he had independently achieved enlightenment. And the master also wanted to visit Yeon later, to see how much stronger he would become. However, before Hyokdok could leave the room, Yeon called out to him, and when the master turned around, the young man bowed to him with gratitude. Then, as a farewell, Hyokdok said he was waiting for Yeon to visit, to which Yeon promised that he would definitely come. With that, Master Hyokdok said goodbye to Yeon, and 10 years have passed since then. After 10 years, the young lord of the Golden Tiger Wall turned into a respected young man. After a duel with 2 representatives of the Hua Mountain Monastery, Yeon gained complete freedom from paternal control, so he continued intensive training and had just finished a year of seclusion. However, as soon as Yeon left his chambers, his father immediately invited him for tea. And so, over a cup of tea, Jaehyun calmly ordered his son to leave the estate. Yeon was taken aback by such a demand, and was outraged that he had been meditating for a whole year, and this was how his father greeted him. Then Jaehyun firmly stated that Yeon had already grown up and become stronger, so now he could travel around Janggu to find himself a bride. But Yeon wanted to train more because he feared that on the road, he might be attacked by a whole group of martial arts masters. Then, in response, Jaehyun gave his son a slap on the head and said that with his level of supreme mastery, Yeon could expect respect wherever he went, so he had nothing to fear. Then Jaehyun ordered his son to first go to the lands of the Nangon clan to visit his sister and introduce himself to her husband's family. And Jaehyun also added that in the lands of the Nangon clan lives one of the 10 best warriors of the Central Plains, Nangon Juchon, called the Emperor of Swords. After that, the clan leader warned his son that he would set out on the journey tomorrow, which made Yeon protest again. However, the next morning, all the residents of the estate gathered to see off the young master. At farewell, Yeon warned the family that he was leaving for a long time, but also promised to send them messages about his well-being. Then in response, his mother asked her son to eat well and send them a carrier pigeon if he got into trouble. But stern Jaehyun was still moved and could not hold back tears. At this, Yeon said goodbye to his relatives, and as he left, he felt inspired, as if he had stepped into the ring again. All because the strongest warriors awaited him in Murim, and Yeon was eager to meet them all. However, Yeon did not set out unarmed. For his first journey, he specially ordered a hidden blade, but so far there was no need for it, as the road was surprisingly quiet and peaceful. Therefore, Yeon decided to hurry a little, and with a cheerful smile, jumped high into the sky. Meanwhile, at the gates of the small town, a formidable queue of merchants and those simply wishing to get behind the walls had formed. One of the merchants in the queue lamented that if he had learned Qinggong in his youth, he would now rise into the air and leap over the city wall. The second merchant considered it foolishness and fairy tales about flying people. But the next moment, something appeared in the sky, and already a second later, Yan landed on the ground, right in front of the column of merchants. Straightening up, he was forced to admit that Qinggong is a very useful art. Only Yan had no idea where he had ended up. But fortunately, one of the merchants respectfully explained to Yan that he was in one of the largest cities of Henan province. Then Yan asked in which direction Anhui province was, to which the merchant advised going towards the city of Luoyang, and the merchant also advised staying overnight in this city if the young master wasn't in a hurry, which Yan did not refuse. On parting, he thanked the merchant for the help, to which the merchant also thanked Yan for the demonstration of martial arts wonders. Only all this time, since the landing, 2 suspicious men had been following Yan. Meanwhile, in a tavern, 3 visitors were talking about the king despot of ghost armor, named Qi Hyun, who was one of the top 100 masters. One of the trio reported that the apprentice of the king despot of ghost armor should soon visit the lands of the Nangon clan, to which the second asked, why does he need to go there? In response, the first explained that Qi Hyun is deeply indebted to the Emperor of Swords, Nangon, so he sent his apprentice with gifts. But then the second visitor pondered. What exactly would the disciple of the king despot of the ghostly armor bring to the Nangon clan? Meanwhile, Yeon was calmly dining at the neighboring table, and therefore heard the entire conversation. He was pleasantly surprised that the disciple of the king despot of the ghostly armor was also heading to the Nangon clan estate, because that meant he could see his martial art in action. However, in the next moment, someone kicked the entrance door with such force that it startled all the tavern visitors, and from the second kick, the door completely shattered into splinters. In the resulting passage appeared a bald man, known as the Invincible Lone Shield Suak, who smirked and declared that from now on the sect of the Dark Sky was taking over this inn. Then Suak entered inside and calmed the visitors, stating that the sect of the Dark Sky had come only to meet the disciple of the king despot of the ghostly armor. Yan did not know which of the visitors was Qi Hyun's disciple, but now that person was in big trouble, which made the young man unable to suppress a smirk. However, how surprised Yan was when Suak approached his table and declared that he would go with them. At such a statement, Yan choked and tried to explain that he was not the disciple of the king despot of the ghostly armor. However, Suak pointed to his leather armor and advised Yan not to play the fool. And then Suak promised that his people would not touch Yan if he gave them the gifts for the Nangon clan, namely, elixirs of heavenly ascension, thanks to which one can achieve the highest degree of mastery. Yan realized that there was no point in talking to these blockheads, so he got up from the table. One of Suak's men thought that Yan intended to run away, but he calmly asked them to follow him. And soon, Yan led the Dark Sky gang out of the city into the forest. It was then that Suak advised Yan to surrender while it was still not too late, and give up the elixirs. But in response, Yan declared that he was not a disciple of the king despot of the phantom armors, and immediately launched an attack. Suak decided that Yan was rushing to the afterlife and was about to help him with that. However, in the next moment, Yan struck him with such force that Suak flew like an arrow to a tree and broke it with his body. At such a sight, the rest of the Dark Sky fighters seriously took Yan for a demon, but in response, he fiercely questioned, "Why are you all just standing and watching?" And soon, the whole forest was filled with the cries and pleas of the bandits. The next day, in the same tavern, the same visitors discussed what had happened to the disciple of the king despot of the phantom armors. One of the visitors expressed doubt that Yan managed to leave unharmed, since he was taken away by the gang of the Invincible Lone Shield. Then the second guest suggested reporting everything to the authorities. However, his interlocutor objected, because Suak's gang could take revenge on them all for the denunciation. But suddenly a panting man burst into the tavern and declared that he had news, and when they asked him what happened, the man reported that Suak and his gang were defeated by the disciple of the king despot of the phantom armors. And even more than that, he left them all alive, destroying their Qi channels in the process. At such news, the visitors rejoiced, and for the displayed nobility, they decided to call Yan the Noble Dragon. Only this joyful news was also heard by a suspicious man, who smirked and said that the leader Techhawk would be very glad to learn about this. Meanwhile, Yan continued his journey to Anhui province. However, the clash with the Dark Sky Gang disappointed him greatly, because their leader was a supreme master. But Yan was still confident that in Murim he would meet worthy opponents, talents, and masters. After all, in Murim anyone can become a great martial arts master, whether an elder or a child. Yan was ready to fight anyone, as long as it was not such bunglers as those he dealt with yesterday. However, in the next moment, Yan noticed someone's presence, so he stopped and called out to the pursuer. But the pursuer was not alone. A whole crowd of unknown people appeared from behind the trees. Then their leader stepped forward and offered the apprentice of the king despot of ghostly armor to hand over the elixirs peacefully. In response, Yan grimaced with anger and hissed that he was not an apprentice of the king despot of ghostly armor. But the bandits did not want to hear anything, and all at once rushed into attack. Then Yan decided to use capoeira technique and stunned the first attacker with a kick. Then he switched to taekwondo and began to shower the other bandits with kicks. 2 robbers tried to chop Yan with axes, but he again used capoeira and skillfully dodged the attack. And in the next moment, he instantly knocked out 2 enemies with a spinning strike. At such a sight, the rest of the robbers fled in panic. However, their leader, whose name was Techhawk, stopped the flight and panic by visibly punishing the first bandit who stumbled. And then he declared that no circus tricks could handle a true master Yan, and immediately launched an attack. However, Yan easily knocked out Techhawk with a single cross strike. Then Yan glanced at all the defeated bandits and thought he should finish them off. But since he destroyed their sources of Qi, the robbers would not be able to take revenge on him anyway. However, Yan had to admit that now he was a warrior, which meant he could not avoid bloodshed on his path. Meanwhile, a fire engulfed a village in the forest. Its last surviving resident, on his knees and in tears, begged for mercy from a man known as the Fist Demon. But unfortunately, that man was not called Demon for nothing, and mercilessly dealt with the unfortunate man with his bare hands. Then the Fist Demon licked the blood from the peasant's fingers, and with a disgusting smile, said that it was his own fault for getting under his hot hand. The Fist Demon was caught in this act by his brother, who was known as the Palm Demon. He reminded his brother that they came here not to play, but to find the apprentice of the king despot of the phantom armors before he reached the Nangon clan estate. But the Fist Demon calmed his brother, confidently stating that Kiheon's apprentice had not even reached Loya yet. And when the Palm Demon asked his brother how he knew that, the Fist Demon boasted that he had a good intuition. Meanwhile, Yan met travelers on his way, who offered him to warm up by the fire. He asked them for directions to Luoyang, to which the travelers responded by suggesting they travel together. Yan was always glad for good company, and he also hoped that those bandits were the last trouble on his path. But unfortunately, Yan's hopes were not destined to come true, because he heard birds suddenly alarmed. And in the next moment, a powerful explosion thundered at the campsite. Only at the last second did Yan manage to protect the travelers from the explosion. And when 2 unknown figures appeared through the smokescreen, Yan ordered the travelers to run. They immediately retreated, and Yan warned the unknowns that he was not a disciple of the king despot of the phantom armors. But the demon brothers did not believe his words, and decided to teach the youth a lesson for his audacity. Then Yan guessed that before him was the demon of the palm and fist, notorious villains who had been declared enemies of the people. Meanwhile, the demon of the palm admitted that he and his brother had already considered retiring, but they had heard rumors that Kiheon's disciple carried elixirs of heavenly ascension. However, Yan did not let the demon of the palm finish, and silenced him with a powerful kick right to the jaw. For such audacity, the Fist Demon called Yan a coward, and immediately rushed to avenge his brother. Yan was about to block the strike, but the fist demon's hand suddenly bent at an unnatural angle and plunged into Jan's chest. If he hadn't been wearing a breastplate, the fist demon would have torn out Jan's heart. Seeing the confusion in his eyes, the fist demon smiled and said that Jan would never have had the reaction to deflect his stinging viper strike. And in the next moment, behind Jan appeared the palm demon, who at the same second unleashed the technique, cannon shot palm, on him. However, when the smoke cleared, the palm demon was forced to admit that Jan was not an ordinary youth because he managed to stand his ground. But Jan was forced to admit that this fight would not be easy like all the previous ones, because both his opponents were supreme masters. The fist demon shouted to Jan that it was too late for regrets and unleashed a barrage of strikes on him. Nevertheless, Jan successfully dodged every attack, but he noticed how the palm demon was once again moving around him to strike from behind. Jan waited for the moment, and when the palm demon used the cannon shot technique, Jan used it as cover to move behind the fist demon. But the latter anticipated Jan's trick and once again used the stinging viper strike. However, Jan already knew this move, so he was able to dodge at the last second. And in the next moment, he responded to the fist demon with a kick to the gut. Only the boot of Jan concealed a retractable blade, which is why the fist demon received a mortal wound. Then Jan turned to his brother and declared that they had killed innocent people on their path for so many years, and now their karma had come. In response, the palm demon launched an attack and shouted that he no longer needed any elixir. Now his goal was to grind Jan to dust, and in the next moment he used his strongest technique, Palm of Complete Destruction. The palm demon thought that Jan had turned to dust, but he simply jumped high into the sky. Jan offered his opponent to surrender, but in response, the palm demon declared that even if Jan mastered Qigong, he would not survive the next strike. With these words, the palm demon was about to use the Palm of Complete Destruction again. But Jan was faster. In the blink of an eye, he kicked the palm demon into flight, and he crashed into a tree. But then his dying brother suddenly asked Jan, why did he think he was better than them? And then the fist demon declared that even if they had killed more people than Jan, it did not mean that his addiction to killing would pass him by. In farewell, the fist demon told Jan that they would meet again in hell, and then he breathed his last. However, in response, Jan said to the dead enemy that whether in hell or not, that is yet to be seen. Then Jan turned to the forest and ordered the one hiding behind the tree to show himself. Then a man appeared from behind the tree, who immediately asked Jan for forgiveness for his ignorance. The stranger admitted that he wanted to help, but was mesmerized by Jan's combat techniques. In other words, the stranger was simply observing from the side, which Jan did not like at all. Noticing his displeasure, the stranger began to beg for forgiveness, and even swore that he would do everything Jan asked. Judging by the fact that the stranger knew perfectly well how rude it was to spy on others' techniques, Jan assumed that he was from an orthodox sect. Meanwhile, the stranger introduced himself as Taiho, and added that a huge reward was offered for the heads of the demon brothers, which intrigued Jan. In that case, he ordered Taiho to be the first to go to Luoyang and tell the authorities about what happened, and if Taiho did so, Jan would forgive him. In response, Taiho shook his hand and thanked him for his generosity, and also promised to report everything to the authorities as soon as possible. Then Jan introduced himself to Taiho and said goodbye, saying that if fate favored them, they would meet again. Soon, Jan arrived in the city of Luoyang, and first of all went to the city hall to receive the promised reward for the victory over the demon brothers. There, the administrator handed Yona 1 gold neon and thanked him for the honor, for he would never have thought he would see a noble dragon with his own eyes. Only Yona was slightly embarrassed by the fact that the people had already given him a nickname, but then he remembered his reward and recalled that the average salary of a commoner is 1 silver neon, and 1 gold neon equals 100 silver, which was a considerable sum. And since Yona now had so much money, he decided to have a proper meal. Well, after a hearty dinner, Yona settled in for the night at the local inn, and once again among civilization after a hard journey, Yona first of all took a hot bath. and after bathing to his heart's content, Yona fell into a baby-like sleep. Only while Yona was having his 10th dream, a robber broke into his room. At first, the thief carefully searched Yona himself, and then began rummaging through his belongings. But the search yielded no results, which made the thief nervous and wonder, where had Yona hidden it? But the next moment, Yona suddenly asked the thief what he was looking for in his things, to which the robber responded with a dagger, or rather tried to, because at that very second, Yona gave the thief 10 precise strikes. Jan aimed at acupuncture points, causing the paralyzed robber to helplessly collapse to the floor, and then Yeon leaned over the unlucky thief and asked, "Did Taiho find what he was looking for?" Jan guessed everything because Taiho applied musk when shaking his hand, to later find the target by scent. Jan also suspected that Taiho considered him a disciple of the king despot of phantom armor, to which the exposed Taiho questioned, "Isn't that so?" But Yeon did not answer the question. He leaned toward Taiho and threatened that either he reveals who he really is, or accepts death by his hand. However, Taiho did not take the threat seriously and smirked, saying that a noble dragon would not kill a helpless man. Then Yeon explained in a threatening tone that nobility would not prevent him from resorting to torture. To prove this, Yeon began listing all the methods of torture known to him and assured that he would do everything possible for Taiho to stay alive as long as possible. Then the shocked Taiho asked, "How can Yeon do such things? After all, he is a noble dragon of the Orthodox sect." But in response, Yeon declared that all these are foolish and false rumors. Simply everyone who attacked him before this moment were villains. After these words, Taiho finally surrendered and swore to do everything Yeon wanted. Then Yeon decided to remove Taiho's mask to better see his facial expressions. Only he slightly overdid it and tore the mask off Taiho's face. More precisely, it was another mask, under which a girl was hiding. At such an unexpected turn, Yeon thought ironically that it was some kind of cliché from second-rate Renobe. But then he seriously wondered, what should he do now with the captive? But suddenly the girl asked Yeon, "Does he even know who she is?" And when Yeon inquired who she was, the girl declared that her mother was the matriarch of the Hao clan. At first, Yeon was amazed by this fact, but the surprise quickly turned into bewilderment. Then, Yeon even laughed, which made the girl indignant, and she assured that her real name was Binhwa, and she really was the heiress of the Hao clan matriarchy. After these words, Yeon still believed the girl, because in such a situation no one would dare to pretend to be a lady of such high origin. However, Yeon added that even if Binhwa really was the heiress of the Hao clan, she had made a huge mistake. And when Binhwa dared to ask what he meant, Yeon explained with a cunning smile that now he had a tool of influence over the Hao clan. One of the 3 attractions of the city of Luoyang is a brothel famous for its unique alcohol called fairy wine. Influential people and celebrities visit it, but few know that the brothel is actually the base of the Hao clan, and it was there in the middle of the night that Yeon arrived, bringing with him the captured Binhwa. The unexpected guest was personally received by Solyeon herself, the matriarch of the Hao clan, one of the 3 great clans of Luoyang. However, in response to the greeting and courtesies, Yeon rudely stated that he had brought the matriarch's daughter as a hostage, and Solyeon was behaving as if he had come for tea. Then Yeon, with a sly smile, advised them to be honest with each other, and declared that Solyeon did not doubt that her daughter would fall into his captivity. In response, the matriarch asked where Yeon got that idea, to which he explained that Binhwa has suffered from kleptomania since childhood. Calmness left Solyeon's face, and she angrily asked her daughter what else she had managed to blurt out, to which Binhwa shyly admitted that Yeon had threatened her with torture. Meanwhile, Yeon continued his story and revealed that Binhwa had been following him on the way to Loyan, and he only did not notice her because the matriarch's people were accompanying and helping her. Furthermore, Yeon stated that it was Solyeon who spread rumors that he was a disciple of the king despot of the Phantom Armors, to which the matriarch objected. But Yeon shouted for Solyeon not to pretend, because the only ones who can spread rumors so instantly are the Beggars sect and the Hao clan, and the proof of that is the daughter of the very matriarch of the Hao clan. In response to the accusations, Manhwa began to beg her mother to tell Yeon that none of it was true. However, instead of that, Seol-hyun laughed loudly across the entire hall. And after laughing, the matriarch said that the heir of the Golden Tiger Wall possesses not only exceptional strength, but also intelligence. Only for Yeon, her words did not sound like a compliment, and he was even more enraged by how Seol-hyun spread the lie. Therefore, he asked the matriarch how she intended to compensate for the damage, to which Seol-hyun was surprised and also asked, "Does Yeon want to know why she did it?" Of course, Yeon wanted to know, but he also did not want to get involved, so he told the matriarch that if she compensated him for the damage, he would pretend nothing happened. Seol-hyun was forced to admit that Yeon is brave and does not mince words. So she asked, "What does he want?" Then in response, Yeon declared that in the future, the Hao clan would fulfill any request for help from the Golden Tiger Wall at least once. This was his first condition. And secondly, the Hao clan would give up their relic, the Azure Wolf plaque. At such audacity, Seol-hyun lost patience and stated that these conditions exceeded all reasonable limits. However, in response, Yeon released his Kwai aura and growled that because of the Hao clan, he suffered damage in exactly 3 aspects. First, because of their rumors, Yeon was attacked by hordes of bandits one after another. Second, Seol-hyun set the despotic king of the Phantom Armors against Yeon, and he is one of the top 100 martial arts masters. And thirdly, the matriarch sent her thieving daughter to Yeon's bedroom. After these words, he emitted such an overwhelming aura that only now Seol-hyun realized that before her was not a youth, but a supreme martial arts master. The matriarch had no idea that Yeon would be so strong, which made her dig her nails into the armrest. However, Seol-hyun quickly composed herself, and with an impassive expression, admitted her mistake and defeat. Then she asked Yeon for the last condition, and in response, he requested a list of the top 100 martial arts masters of Jonggu. Such a request intrigued Seol-hyun, so she asked, "Does Yeon really want to fight all of them?" And predictably, Yeon briskly struck his palm with his fist and declared that this was exactly what he intended to do. Seol-hyun could understand such determination, for Yeon desires to gain fame and needs experience. Therefore, the matriarch decided to confess that it was the Nangon clan who asked her to ensure the safety of Kihaeon's student in exchange for a generous reward. Now Yeon understood much, but he asked Seol-hyun, why did she decide to tell him this? In response, the matriarch apologized for involving Yeon in this matter, but he smiled and assured her that he only cared about fulfilling the conditions. As for the crimes of Seol-hyun's daughter, Yeon hoped that the mother would give her a good scolding. Manhwa was immediately outraged by such a wish and demanded that Yeon untie her at once. In the end, Yeon got what he wanted. He made a very good deal, but perhaps the most valuable was the list of the top 100 masters. And the first one Yeon chose was Dam Hoga, who ranked 85th on the list and lived nearby. However, despite Hoga being one of the best masters, people pay more attention to his eccentricities. For example, he is fond of analyzing names, and Yeon also heard a rumor that if you tell Hoga something interesting, he will reward you with a plaque certifying a connection to the beggar's sect. But no one has yet received such a plaque from him. Meeting the master, Yeon expressed his respect and introduced himself as a new Murim warrior. But in response to the greeting, Hoga asked if Yeon had come to tell an interesting story. Then Yeon assured the master that he would tell a story that he had never heard before. Hoga took such loud words as a challenge and declared that in this world he had heard all stories. So where could Yeon have new ones from? Then the master emitted a key aura and threatened that if Yeon's stories turned out to be ordinary and not rare at all, punishment awaited him. Hoga's aura literally pressed on Yeon, causing him to hurriedly recall all the stories he knew. But then Yeon remembered a very famous story from his world, and so he suggested to the master to go to a tavern, where he would begin his tale. In response, Hoga agreed to the proposal, but warned that he does not drink with anyone, until the person proves that he is a good storyteller. However, Jan proved this very quickly, and Hogo also quickly became tipsy. After drinking another cup of sake, the master cheerfully asked Jan what happened next with the Monkey King, but Jan was clearly in no hurry to continue and assured Hoga that they had not even reached the middle yet. Then Jan suggested enjoying the meal for now, to which the master complained. How can one interrupt a story in mid-sentence? But Jan knew that any martial arts master would like the legend Journey to the West, and in exchange for its continuation, he intended to demand a duel. With this intention and a sly smile, Jan asked Hogo for a favor, but the master immediately declared that although the story is fascinating, that is not enough for him to give him the tablet. Then Jan reassured Hoga, assuring him that he does not need the tablet. He only asks for a duel in return. However, before Jan could finish speaking, some drunk visitor began harassing a girl. She started crying and tried to explain to the man that she simply did not want to sit at the same table with him. Because of all this disorder, Jan sadly thought that in any life there will be men who, when a little drunk, start harassing girls. Meanwhile, the drunkard declared that he was the heir of the Shinto sect, and therefore the girl had the great honor that he chose her. But the next moment, Yeon stood up from the table and told the drunkard that he was behaving like a worthless person. The man immediately pouted and snapped back, to which Yeon calmly stated that nature had not endowed him with intelligence, but how surprised he was when the girl, who a moment ago was crying, slapped the drunkard with such force that he broke the table with his face. However, the slap only enraged the heir of the Shinto sect, and he angrily asked the girl if she understood whom she had raised her hand against. But in response, the girl declared that to her he was just a spoiled brat, and again struck the insolent man with such force that he crashed into the wall. At such audacity, the leader's bodyguards drew their blades and shouted, "How dare she attack their master?" Then the girl angrily stated in response that their master had tried to force her to sit with him despite her refusal. But the bodyguards did not care about the truth. One of them was about to cut the girl in half, but to his surprise, she was able to deflect the blade with a simple fan. Meanwhile, Hoga approached Yeon, and with a smile said that the girl turned out to be not as defenseless as they thought. Yeon mentally agreed with the master, and also thought that he had seen such a cliché hundreds of times. Scoundrels harass a girl and get what they deserve. But suddenly the second bodyguard sneaked up behind the girl and was already swinging his sword. However, a stool, thrown successfully under his feet, did not allow him to commit the treachery. The bodyguard immediately fell to the floor, but Hoga did not allow him to get up, stepping on the scoundrel and asking, "Who raised them like this?" The bodyguard was about to protest, but at that very moment his colleague joined the sect heir on the floor. Then the bodyguard shouted that the girl had made a big mistake, and the Shinto sect would not let her get away with it. However, in response, Hoga stated that they had made the mistake, and advised the bodyguard to take a closer look at the symbol on the girl's fan. He followed the advice and was stunned by what he saw, all because the girl turned out to be the second heiress of the Zuga clan, named Manhwa. The girl was surprised by the elder's insight and asked, could he really understand where she was from just because of the fan? In response, Hoga introduced himself and proudly declared that it was no problem for him. Then Miwa respectfully greeted the master and confessed that she had only recently begun traveling the world, but had already heard about him. Hoga blushed at the compliment and invited the girl to join them at the table. In response, Miwa thanked for the help, but then Hoga asked, why does the young warrior travel without accompaniment? If they were hooligans of the highest master level, Mihwa would be in trouble. But the girl explained that the Juga clan is not known for its strength. The clan has a highly developed art of setting traps, and it is also famous for its engineering thought. But if the enemy turns out to be too strong, Mihwa will simply summon her golem. This technique is taught only to the heirs of the Juga clan. All this time, Yeon listened attentively to the girl and was forced to admit that he would not mind learning the magic of summoning creatures. But then Yeon realized and reminded that one of the attackers said he was from the Shinto sect. In response, Hoga reassured the young man, stating that the Zuga clan is one of the great clans, and he has nothing to fear from some sect. Also, Hoga reminded that Yeon is the heir of one of the 10 richest clans, so he should not be afraid either. Then, Manhwa asked Yeon if he was really the son of the leader of the Golden Tiger Wall, but he thought, and did not hear the question. Yeon was puzzled by the fact that all the girls he met seemed like typical cliches from light novels, and therefore he could not understand. Is this world real or just fiction? Does this mean that everyone surrounding Yeon and to whom he feels affection are just fictional characters? Yeon was distracted from heavy thoughts by Master Hoga, who was worried about the young man's behavior. But in response, Yeon stood up from the table and with a smile declared that since there would be another cliché now, he did not mind. Only Hoga had no idea what kind of cliché it was, and assumed it was some new youth slang. Meanwhile, in the Shintai sect's estate, its leader named Sokju was questioning the bodyguard about who dared to raise a hand against his son. In response, the bodyguard revealed that it was the heiress of the Zuga clan, an old man from the Beggars sect, and some unknown guy with them. At these words, Sokju was horrified, because his sect could not compare to either the Zuga clan or the Beggars sect, but he also could not leave his son and heir unavenged. Therefore, Sokju asked about the unknown guy, to which the bodyguard admitted he knew nothing about him, but it was noticeable that he was not acquainted with the Zuge clan heiress. In that case, Sokju with a cunning smile assumed that the young man was probably nobody, and ordered the bodyguard to find this guy and bring him here. But the bodyguard remembered his bitter experience well, so he asked his lord, wouldn't it be better to first find out who he really is? However, Sokju confidently declared that even if this guy had some connections, he was surely a smaller fish than them. And finally, Sokju ordered the bodyguard to beat the guy half to death if he tried to resist. But no sooner had Sokju given the order than at that very second, a projectile flew into the chamber. It was a piece of a column that flew through the entire estate of the Shintai sect, pierced through the wall, and embedded itself in the ground in the backyard. Only by a miracle did Sokju and his son escape death. But when the leader of the sect ran out into the yard, he saw an unknown masked man beating his people. It was Yeon, who decided to be the first to visit the Shintai sect, because a good cliché is a dead cliché. He knocked out another sect warrior with a left hook, and the next one with a right. Spiritual energy increased Yeon's physical strength, so even a normal strike caused enormous damage. Moreover, a strike infused with the energy of the highest martial arts master has the power of a cannon shot, which Yeon demonstrated on the remaining fighters of the Shintai sect. But then the sect leader himself launched an attack. He intended to strike from behind, but Yeon managed to block his sword with his gauntlet. Then Sokju jumped back and performed the technique, Bloody Crane Strike. However, in response, Yeon rushed forward and deftly dodged every swing of the blade. And having approached Sokju, he kicked him directly in the solar plexus with a spinning move. And he kicked with such force that the sect leader flew across the entire estate and crashed into the wall. And when Sokju came to, he realized with horror that Yeon had destroyed his source of Kui with a simple kick. Through the pain, Sokju asked who Yeon was at all, but he ignored the question, as well as the sect leader himself. Despite Sokju's indignation and shouts, Yeon approached the wall on which hung a cheerful tapestry with a crane pattern. Examining it, Yeon rhetorically asked Sokju how he had the sense to arrange a treasury behind such a flimsy tapestry. And to confirm his words, Yeon pulled back the canvas behind which the sect's treasures were hidden, then declared that even a child would notice it. That day, many sects, starting with Shintai, were defeated by an unknown youth who took all their riches for himself. Among the sect's treasures were also secret archives documenting terrible crimes and evidence of smuggling activities. The authorities were aware of these crimes and covered them up, so all the defeated sects were disbanded, and the youth who orchestrated all this earned the nicknames Heavenly Thief and Fist of Heaven. That is, a thief who enacts justice with his fists. And they also say that the new nickname became popular thanks to the sect of beggars and the Hao clan. Meanwhile, Yeon was about to arrange a duel with Master Hog, but they had an unexpected spectator in the person of the heiress of the Zhug clan. Yeon asked the lady why she was following them, to which Manhwa smiled and explained that it was fun with them. Then Yeon asked the girl to leave them, but in response, Manhwa slyly clarified, "Don't they need a second for the duel?" Hoge immediately supported her idea, because that means their duel would be witnessed by the heiress of the very Zhuge clan. But Yeon was categorically against witnesses, because he did not want to show Manhwa their fighting techniques. With that argument, Master Hoge also agreed. But then Manhwa asked Hoge if he had heard of Gujiam, to which the master immediately replied that he was a famous storyteller, invited by the emperor himself. Then Manhwa declared that her clan knew Gujiam very well, and if Hoge wished, she would arrange a meeting for him. Master Hoge could not refuse such an offer, and joyfully assured that he would never forget the kindness of the Zhuge clan. Then Manhwa asked if he would allow her to watch the duel, to which Hoge declared that she could watch as much as she wanted. That was exactly what Manhwa wanted, so she looked at the displeased Yeon with a satisfied smirk, as if saying to him, "I won." From such treachery, Yeon gritted his teeth and irritably thought, "What is wrong with this girl?" Meanwhile, Master Hoge took a fighting stance and declared that his staff martial art is called dog beating. It is passed down from one leader of the beggar sect to the next. Then he turned to Yeon and asked, "What martial arts does the famous noble dragon know?" Only Yeon mastered not one martial art, so he pondered. How should he name them all? But the answer quickly came to mind, and Yeon smiled and declared that his martial art is called boxing. Then Yeon explained to Hoge that the name itself implies that it is the art of fighting with fists, and its main features are speed and strength. In response, the master said that the name is simple, but from the description he understood that the martial art itself could be very deadly. Then both fighters declared their readiness to fight, and Manhwa officially announced herself as a witness to this duel and began explaining the rules. The winner will be declared if one of the opponents loses consciousness or surrenders, and finishing off the opponent and using lethal techniques is prohibited. Then Manhwa gave the signal, and in the next moment, Yeon and Hoge rushed towards each other, and when the two masters clashed, their strikes generated a wave of kui. Then Yeon and Hoge began exchanging blows, as if in a dance, and smiles never left their faces. Manhwa, observing the fight, was forced to admit that it was a great honor to witness such an incredible duel. Meanwhile, Yeon went on the defensive and began skillfully dodging Hoge's staff. But then the master used his legs, which Yeon did not anticipate, and barely managed to block the hand strike. In response, Yeon also kicked, but Hoge evaded the attack by performing a backward somersault. However, to his surprise, Yeon was much faster, and in the blink of an eye was behind the master. Only in the last second did Hoge manage to avoid the strike, and was left with a tuft of beard. However, the master did not lose composure and immediately used the technique, Phoenix Flight, causing his staff to literally burst into flames like a torch. Yeon immediately responded with an uppercut, but it was a trick. Hoge had no intention of using the staff. Using it as support, the master again used his legs, aiming directly at Yeon's head. Nevertheless, Yeon managed to dodge by ducking under the strike. Only Hoge anticipated this, and at the same moment, struck Yeon with the staff. And it was not just a strike, it was the Iron Dragon Tail Strike, which threw Yeon away. The landing was very harsh, but despite the pain in his ribs, Yeon began to get back on his feet. Yeon knew that as soon as he entered the hand-to-hand combat zone, Hoge would not be able to use the staff, but the master did not let him get close. Meanwhile, Hoge asked if this was really all that boxing was capable of, and suggested ending the duel there. In response, Yeon immediately straightened up, and with a forced smile, assured that he was just warming up. However, Manhwa knew that he was just bluffing. Perhaps Yeon had more ki energy than Master Hoge, but their experience difference was huge. Meanwhile, Yeon was the first to launch a new attack. In response, Hoge stated that Yeon's movements were too simple and executed a lunge. The staff rushed straight at Yeon's head, but he knew it was another trick, and the master was actually aiming at another spot, and Yeon's intuition did not fail him. In the next moment, Hoga delivered a side strike, but Yeon blocked it. Then Hoga jumped back to increase the distance and lunged again. But this time, it was no longer a trick, and at the last second, Yeon managed to dodge the staff, and in the next moment, he closed the distance and sent Hoga flying with a powerful hook. However, with cat-like agility, the master successfully landed on his feet. Despite the blow, Hoga praised Yeon for learning quickly, since a minute ago the young man could not recognize his tricks. But Yeon, to his regret, realized that he still had little experience in such duels, so he decided to try to get closer before Hoga revealed himself at close range. But in the next moment, the master performed the surrounding storm technique and unleashed a whole barrage of strikes and lunges on Yeon. Nevertheless, Yeon managed to dodge each of them and step by step approached Hoga. But unfortunately, it could not continue for long, and Yeon still missed one lunge. Because of this, he stopped, and at that very second, dozens of strikes rained down on him. But then, Yeon gathered all the remaining kwai he had and went on the offensive. Hoga tried to knock him out by striking the back of his head, but Yeon blocked the staff with his hand, and in the next moment, his fist rushed straight into the surprised Hoga's face. Only at the last moment did he manage to put the staff under the blow. But this only delayed the inevitable, because in the next moment, Yeon struck with his other hand, with a wide swing. From such a sudden strike, Master Hoga fell to his knees, and after catching his breath, he asked Yeon, "How did you do that?" The thing is, martial arts masters have such an amount of spiritual energy that it is visible to the naked eye. But Yeon accidentally concentrated all his chi in his right fist, because of which Hoga noticed the left one too late. It was just a coincidence, but Yeon liked the result, so he suggested finishing the duel. However, in response, Hoga stood up on trembling legs and declared that to him, the leader of the beggar sect, Yeon's strikes were like a pea to an elephant. But already in the next moment, the master's legs gave way and he collapsed to the ground. Yeon immediately rushed to help him, assuming that due to the too strong blow to the jaw, Hoga had a concussion. However, Manhwa stopped Yeon and asked him not to approach since he had already won. Yeon just wanted to help, but did not object, and simply silently watched as Manhwa helped Hoga to get up. And Yeon also realized that he might have invented a new technique that allows confusing the opponent. Meanwhile, Manhwa and Hoga headed to the nearest tree, and on the way the master began to complain that young people nowadays have no respect for their elders. Then Yeon reminded that this was a duel for self-improvement, and also noted that Hoga did not strike with full strength. But in response, the master said with a smirk that Yeon was also holding back. Then Hoga sat down under a tree to rest and declared that as the leader of the sect of beggars, he had access to any information. With these words, the master took out a note and added that nevertheless all the information about Yeon turned out to be false, and now he would have to give his subordinates a good scolding. Then Hoga irritably began to read aloud the contents of the note, which said that Yeon uses techniques similar to dance and mainly strikes with his feet. In response, Yeon awkwardly said that, in any case, he enjoyed the duel, but then Hoga reminded him that he had promised him something. At these words, Manhwa immediately jumped up to Yeon and asked, "What promise?" But Yeon was not going to answer the question and hurriedly bowed. Then Manhwa declared that she was just about to write a letter to Gujiam, which made Master Hoga extremely happy. But Yeon froze on the spot, as if struck by lightning. Then he slowly turned to the girl and, boiling with anger, asked, "How much longer does she intend to follow them?" But Hoga also decided to ask the young people, where are they heading anyway? In response, Yeon explained that he was going to Anhui province, but then Manhwa said that she also needed to go there because she had business in the city of Hefei. Then the girl suggested to Hoga to go to Anhui together, to which the master clarified, "Are they really not against taking the old man with them?" But in response, Manhwa looked at Yeon with a very sly smile and assured him that they certainly would not mind. Yeon twitched from the girl's smile and wondered, how can the earth even bear someone like Manhwa? So Yeon, Manhwa, and Hoge set off together to Anhui province. At first, Yeon was worried that because of the companions, he would have to go slower, but they were all martial arts masters, so they simply used Qinggong. Thanks to this, they did not have to spend the night in the forest, although even in settlements, Master Hoge preferred to sleep under the open sky. And so the trio of travelers finally reached the city of Hefei, and the first thing Yeon noticed was that the city was very crowded and lively. Then Manhwa explained that this was not surprising, since the Nangong clan lives here and the Sword Emperor himself. The Nangong clan is one of the 5 great clans of the Central Plains and is considered a model of piety among the other clans. Many talents were nurtured by this clan, and its traditions and history helped it prosper for many years. One of the 10 best martial arts masters is a native of the Nangong clan. He is also the former leader of the clan, the Sword Emperor, Zhuchan. And Manhwa also added that there are many warriors in the city who will compete for the honor of being hired as a guard of the Nangong clan. The last words intrigued Yeon, and he decided to ask more about the competition. However, both Manhwa and Hoge were extremely surprised by Yeon's ignorance. The fact is, the Nangong clan has been recruiting for their guard for a couple of years, so Manhwa was sure that Yeon had gone to Hefei for that reason. But then Master Hoge suddenly declared that he needed to visit the local sect of beggars, so it was time to say goodbye. Manhwa was upset by such a sudden parting, to which the master admitted that he was sorry too. But before leaving, Hoge asked Yeon what was the name of the story he told them on the way. Then Yeon answered that the story was called Han Gil-don, the Legend of the Noble Bandit. At farewell, Master Hoge asked Yeon to tell him more stories when they meet again, and with that, he took his leave. And after the master, it was time for Manhwa to say goodbye to Yeon. Walking through the main square of Hefei, the girl still could not believe that Master Hoge agreed to a duel for an ordinary fairy tale. After all, she thought that Yeon was going to share his incredible techniques with him, but nevertheless, blushing, Manhwa hoped to meet the young Lord Yeon again. But Yeon himself had not his cheeks reddened, but his ears, which made him wonder, who is it that remembers him so passionately? Soon he reached the estate of the Nangong clan, but a kilometer-long queue had formed in front of its entrance. Looking at the line of people intending to participate in the competition, Yeon hoped that he would find a room in the clan's house. There was no other way to get inside, so Yeon had to stand in line. But after 4 hours of waiting, he no longer cared about the competition or the entire Nangong clan. Fortunately, the queue had just reached Yeon, causing him to let out a joyful exclamation. The registrar hurried Yeon and asked him to state his name, place of birth, level of combat skill, and preferred weapon. In response, Yeon introduced himself, but the registrar asked in surprise, "Is he really from the Golden Tiger Wall clan?" Then Yeon showed his invitation and added that his elder sister had been married into the Nangong clan. The registrar believed his words, but then asked Yeon, why was he standing in the queue then? Yeon was stunned by this question, and just in case, asked the registrar to repeat it. In response, the registrar explained that those who arrived by invitation from the Nangong clan could enter through the side gates, and this line is for those who want to become clan guards. In response, Yeon said nothing, only gritted his teeth in anger, and silently headed to the side gates. Meanwhile, the former clan leader, Zhuchan, also known as the Emperor of Swords, visited his son and current clan leader, Nangon, named Ho. The Emperor of Swords stated that, in a couple of years, he intends to make Mayun the heir of the clan. Ho admitted that he had thought about it too, but then Zhuchan warned that Huan suspects their intentions, and therefore asked, had Ho noticed any dissatisfaction from him? In response, the son assured that he had noticed no dissatisfaction, and that Huan always dreamed of a family. Moreover, Huan and Yuqua have been married for a long time, and happiness has not left them, like a pair of loving swans. Zhuchan agreed that his grandson was lucky with his wife, but then he recalled that her relative had come to visit them. Ho explained to his father that this was Yuqua's younger brother, and that he had arrived quite recently. Then Ho smiled, and told how Yeon stood in line for warriors wishing to join the guard, because he did not know about the entrance for the nobility. However, in response, Yushan suddenly stood up from the table and declared that since Yeon was having a bad day, he would go and teach him a lesson. At such a statement, Ho anxiously asked why, to which Shuchon replied that many rumors were circulating about Yeon. About the noble dragon, they say he is a talented fighter, but the Emperor of Swords believed that he was hiding much. Ho was well aware of his father's curiosity and competitive spirit, so he only sighed resignedly and promised to arrange an audience for Yeon. Meanwhile, Yeon patiently waited for his elder sister in the inner courtyard of the estate. Soon Yua came out to him, who with a joyful smile began to ask her brother about his health. But then the sister asked if Yeon had gotten into any trouble on the way, which noticeably tensed him. Yeon tried to explain, omitting the details, but Yuhua strictly ordered him not to lie to her. Fortunately for Yeon, he was saved from his sister by the timely appearance of Hwan, who was the second son of the leader of the Nangon clan. He greeted Yeon with a smile, to which Yeon kindly inquired, "How is Hwan doing?" But then in response, Hwan passionately hugged his wife and declared that he had been cured of all diseases after marrying the beautiful Yuhua. However, then he suddenly remembered and asked Yeon, "Is he busy?" In response, Yeon admitted that he had just come from the road and therefore would like to rest. But then Hwan explained that his grandfather, the Emperor of Swords, wants to meet with Yeon to give him a couple of lessons. Yukva was surprised by such news, and Hwan added that his grandfather is still thinking and will make a decision only after meeting with Yeon. But in response, Yeon joyfully declared that he would be happy to meet the very Sword Emperor. Then Hwan advised him to rest, and when Yeon regains his strength, Hwan will arrange the meeting. However, Yeon asked to arrange the meeting already tomorrow, which greatly surprised Hwan. Yeon looked tired, so Hwan asked, would one night be enough for him to rest? But then Yeon admitted in response that one night would not be enough. However, he cannot make the Sword Emperor wait. Due to the excitement of the upcoming meeting, Yeon could not sleep peacefully, so at dawn he decided to train to get himself in shape. After all, besides the elder of the Hua Mountain sect, he has not yet fought a master superior in strength. Memories of Master Hyokdok reminded Yeon of his disciple, Yunhua. The last thing he heard about her was that Yunhua received the title of the first bud of Hua Mountain, and also became one of the 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes, while still a child. In that case, Yeon wondered, can it be said that he is on the right path? With each year, Yeon became stronger, but he is still not the strongest. So the meeting with the Sword Emperor is his golden ticket. Only Yeon wanted more than just a couple of lessons, so he had to impress Yuchon. Soon, a crowd gathered at the Nangon clan estate to watch the meeting of the Emperor of Swords with the heir of the Golden Tiger Wall. Only Yeon was late, causing the gathered crowd to start complaining and grumbling. But perhaps the most upset of all was Yuhua. Fortunately for her nerves, Yeon soon appeared and awkwardly apologized for being late. But Yua did not want to hear anything, and, grabbing her brother, ordered him to apologize to the Emperor of Swords immediately. But in the next moment, Yeon felt such a pressing force that he almost lost consciousness. Then he saw among the people in the crowd the very Emperor of Swords, Zhukon. He did not use his Chui, yet just from his presence, Yeon was almost crushed. However, the rest of the crowd for some reason did not feel Hushan's power. Then Yeon realized that the Emperor of Swords was testing him, which meant he had to respond with dignity. When Juchon approached, Yeon showed his respect to the Emperor of Swords, as if he did not feel his overwhelming aura at all. In response, Kuchon praised Yeon for a good reaction, and in the next moment, the pressure vanished. Then Juchon explained that he always does this with those he intends to teach, because the first meeting is the best moment to understand what kind of person someone is. In response, Yeon admitted that he wanted to impress the Emperor of Swords and apologized for his childishness. But Juchon only laughed good-naturedly and said that Yeon is a funny guy. However, his son, Ho, noted that Yeon has a very strong will, since he was able to respond to pressure from his father without expending his Chui. Meanwhile, Juchon headed to the training ground, and on the way he said that he had inquired about Yeon, but found it hard to believe what he heard. Some say that Yuan's martial art resembles a dance, and that he mainly fights with his legs, while others claim it is with his fists. Because of this, there was difficulty in starting to teach Yan, since Yushan knows nothing about him. Therefore, the Emperor of Swords thought that the best way to test Yan's abilities was a duel. Then, in response, Yan sincerely thanked Yuchan for the chance to learn from him, and, in gratitude, wanted to leave a good impression after the duel. Yuchan asked what the young man was talking about, and then Yan asked the Emperor of Swords to give him a 3-hit handicap. At such a request, Huan, Yuhua, and Ho became seriously worried, and a heavy silence hung over the training ground. Then Yan explained that he is merely a potential student of Jushan, and therefore believes that if he manages to hit the Emperor of Swords even once, he will make the best impression. He understood that he had said something quite rude, but he acted that way because attacking one of the 10 peaks was pointless. Someone like the Emperor of Swords would not even flinch. But according to what Heian knew about him, nothing in this world interested Juchan more than new knowledge about martial arts. And, fortunately for Heian, his knowledge proved to be true, because in response, Jushan smiled and said that no one had dared to challenge him for a long time. Therefore, the Emperor of Swords gave his consent, to which Heian gratefully bowed. But then Juchan added that as a reward for his courage, he would give Heian even more of a head start. The Emperor of Swords' right foot would remain in place, and he would also not use his left hand. Heian agreed to these conditions, and then Yuchan asked, what would he want if even one attack worked? But in response, Heian took a fighting stance and declared that he would reveal his desire only after the fight. Juchan liked this answer, and drawing his sword, ordered Heian to begin. The Emperor of Swords was a titan of martial arts, but Heian possessed the pride of a champion and would not be satisfied with just a couple of lessons from the master. He needed only one thing, to leave an indelible impression of himself. However, Heian perfectly understood that Juchan could not be defeated by strength alone, so his only advantage at the moment was the Cloak of Mystery. In Jianggu, people knew nothing about Yang's martial art, so he thought the element of surprise would be an advantage. But now Yang saw that he had no chance, because the Sword Emperor was like a huge, impregnable rock. That morning, Yang was already thinking about simply surrendering and accepting what Juchan was ready to give him. No matter how much Yang twisted and turned, he was still just an ant on the palm of the Sword Emperor. But ironically, while pondering this, Yang did not notice an ant crawling to his hand and stinging him painfully. At first, Yang predictably got angry, thinking, even an ant is mocking him. However, then he realized that even an ant's bite can be very painful. And then an idea came to Yang's mind: to make the Sword Emperor underestimate him like an ant. Meanwhile, the duel had already started more than a minute ago, but Yang still hesitated to attack. Then Juchan told Yang that his spirit was so strong, but why had that strength vanished? The reason was that the Sword Emperor had no weak spots, like a monolith. Therefore, if he had not given Yang a handicap, this duel would have turned into pure hell. Nevertheless, everything went as Yan had planned. Jushan gave him 3 handicaps, and now it was time to act. And the first thing Yan did was lower his hands, and then, to everyone's surprise, he, as if nothing had happened, headed straight for the Emperor of Swords. Huang considered such behavior to be insolence, but Yuhua disagreed with him. Yan may be a troublemaker, but he knows the limits of reason. So Yuhua asked her husband to give her brother a chance. Meanwhile, Yan approached the Emperor of Swords closely, to which Yukon said that this showed contempt. But in response, Yan reminded him that he still had not used his right to the first strike. And at that very second, Yan executed a low kick, but Jukan managed to block it with his sword. It was then that the Emperor of Swords realized that Yan had come close to him to gain the advantage of close combat, and Juchan himself would not be able to use the sword. The Emperor of Swords also realized that Yan acted very pragmatically. He gained the right to the first strike and compromised his pride. Perhaps this is his talent. Meanwhile, Yan struck with his left, aiming at Juchan's head, but he easily dodged the fist. Only this strike turned out to be a feint, and at that very second, Yeon grabbed Jushan by the back of the head, and in the next moment, Yeon jerked Jushan towards himself, simultaneously aiming his knee at him. But as soon as Yeon thought he had won, at that very second, the Emperor of Swords struck him in the chest with such force that the breastplate cracked. And even more than that, Yeon was thrown into the air and hurled across the entire platform into the wall. Everything happened so swiftly that the spectators of the duel could not understand what had occurred. Only when the dust settled did Yuhua see with horror her brother by the broken wall. Yeon managed to survive the blow and even remain conscious, but after that he suffered internal bleeding. Yeon did not feel pain due to shock, and only one thing concerned him now. What had happened? After all, the plan was flawless. His low kick was supposed to hit Jushan. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Swords approached Yeon and worried about the young man's condition. In response, Yeon assured that he was fine and apologized for his audacity and overconfidence. However, to his extreme surprise, Jushan suddenly admitted his defeat. All the spectators gathered in the courtyard immediately began whispering and wondering, how could this be? Yeon also asked Jushan what he was talking about, and then the Emperor of Swords awkwardly confessed that he instinctively threw out his left hand to defend against Yeon's attack. Then Yeon remembered this condition. Jushan was not supposed to use his left hand, no matter the situation. But the Emperor of Swords broke the condition, which meant victory was Yeon's. But most importantly, Yeon was able to show himself despite all his modest abilities, and that is a quality worthy of a warrior. And then, the Emperor of Swords placed his hand on his shoulder and thanked him for helping him understand his weaknesses. But in response, Yeon could only laugh quietly and then lose consciousness. He only woke up 2 days later in the guest room. His whole body felt wooden, which made it difficult for Yeon to lift himself from the bed. However, immediately after that he noticed his sister, Yuhua, who had been watching over his bed all this time. Yeon tried to calm his sister, but in response, Yuhua said angrily that she was very glad about his condition, because now he could fully receive a good scolding for his stunt. And in the next moment, she slapped Yeon on the back with such force that it knocked the wind out of him. But Yuhua did not stop there and continued to shower the foolish brother with slaps. Fortunately for him, Jushan entered the room, who with a joyful smile inquired about his condition. He assured that he was already feeling better, but the Emperor of Swords explained that he was asking not him, but Yuhua. He was surprised, and then Jushan revealed that Yuhua was so worried that she spent day and night at her brother's bedside, taking care of him. At these words, Yuhua blushed, and he thanked his sister for her care. But then Jushan suddenly suggested continuing the duel, since he had already rested well. Yuhua tried to object, since her brother had just regained consciousness, but he agreed to continue. The sister immediately protested, but he assured her that he would not risk that again. Then Jushan warned him that he would wait for him in the yard and left the room. However, he was ready to swear that as the Emperor of Swords left, he was glowing with happiness. Soon he and Jushan were again on the same training ground and again facing each other. He thanked the Emperor of Swords for continuing the duel, but he was curious. How would the fight go this time? In response, Jushan drew his sword and explained that he could attack as much as he wanted, and he would only defend. Then he realized that the first duel was only a test, and this time Jushan really wanted to teach him. In that case, Yeon decided to show the Sword Emperor everything he could do and swiftly launched an attack. But Jushan calmly deflected his strike with his left hand. Then Yeon used his right hand, but Jushan blocked the blow with the blade of his sword. Then Yeon tried to kick Jushan while turning, but the Sword Emperor simply caught his leg. And even more than that, Jushan praised Yeon for his speed and agility. But in response, Yeon broke free from the grip and jumped back, gaining distance. He realized that offense did not work against Jushan, so he decided to knock his opponent down and throw him to the ground. However, even using all his strength, Yeon could not move Jushan from his place. The Sword Emperor was at such a level that Yeon felt as if he was trying to move a rock. Completely out of breath, Yeon released Jushan and collapsed weakly onto all fours. While catching his breath, Yuchon said that now he understood why many were surprised by Yan's martial art. At first glance, it seemed simple, but in reality, it had strict logic and practicality. However, then the Emperor of Swords stated that Yan lacked the mental flexibility to go beyond what he knew well. Yan stood up, and then Yuchon revealed that he had clearly realized this in their duel. Yan's martial art is aimed at effectively disabling the opponent. Most warriors would not be able to resist him, but this would never work on masters whose level is higher than the highest. With these words, Yuchon demonstratively swung his sword and released a wave of concentrated qi from the blade. And then he asked Yan, was he ready to abandon his usual martial arts to surpass such masters? But in response, Yan admitted that he had not yet decided on an answer. Yuchon understood that such a question would catch anyone off guard, but still advised Yan to think about it. At this, Yuchon decided to end the lesson and finally told Yan that when he could let go of his obsession with his usual martial arts, only then would he advance on the path to the level of the highest master. But then Yua asked the Emperor of Swords, "What is this highest level?" In response, Yuchon turned to the girl and explained that her brother had reached such a level in martial arts that, by all canons, he could never have achieved at such an age. And in parting, the Emperor of Swords added with a smile that Yan was a true prodigy. When Yuchon left, Yan tried to explain everything to his sister, but Yuhua immediately asked sternly, why had he hidden it from her? The entire remaining day Yukva scolded her brother, because of which Yan was very tired by night. And also, he was haunted by Yuchon's words about readiness to abandon the usual martial arts. On the warrior's path, there comes a moment when a solid foundation has to be pushed to the background, and one must learn anew. Otherwise, it is impossible to advance even a step to the next level. But then Yeon asked himself a troubling question. What if he leaves behind his martial art and still cannot advance further to the peaks? Yeon did not know the answer to this question, but he definitely knew where he should move next, so he decided to pause and give himself time to reflect. 2 days earlier, an event happened to the Nangon clan. The Sword Emperor agreed to a duel and lost, and his opponent was the younger brother of the current Patriarchate clan's daughter-in-law. There were rumors about Yaon that he was an outstanding young master, but the captain of the Heavenly Squad, Gavul, did not recognize him as such. How can his bandit tricks even be called martial arts? And therefore, Gavul decided to show this arrogant upstart what real martial arts are. It just so happened that Yan himself decided to visit the headquarters of the Heavenly Squad, and was now drinking sake at the same table with Gavul and his colleague, Kai. Unlike Gavul, Captain Kai liked Yan's duel with the Sword Emperor and his unusual martial art. Kai asked where Yan learned that, to which he shyly revealed that in childhood, a wandering master passed by his town and taught Yan. However, in response, Gavul suddenly struck his cup on the table and declared that this could hardly be called martial arts. Captain Ki immediately asked his friend to be quiet, but the drunk Gavul was already unstoppable. He accused Yan of setting some absurd conditions for the duel and stated that the Sword Emperor was too lenient with him. In response to the accusations, Ki advised Gavul to stop before it was too late. However, to his surprise, Yan agreed with Gavul's complaints. Moreover, Yan realized that his martial art had many flaws, and that if he had avoided all cowardly tricks, he would not have been able to strike the master even once. That is why Yan came with a request to the captains of the Heavenly Squad, who belonged to the 100 best masters of Murim. Kai inquired about the nature of the request, to which Yan stood up from the table and respectfully asked the captains to help him work on his shortcomings. Then Captain Ki clarified with Yan whether he wished for a duel with them, and Gavul immediately agreed. He thought Yan was a show-off, but had nothing against helping a person who was ready to admit his mistakes. Then Kai also agreed to help Yan, but it did not take a day before the captains of the Heavenly Squad bitterly regretted it. And after 2 months, Yan's training within the walls of the Nangon clan came to an end, and on this occasion, all the residents of the estate gathered to see him off. At farewell, Yan sincerely thanked the Sword Emperor for the hospitality and new knowledge, and in response, Yuchon thanked Yan for training his warriors. Then Yeon said goodbye to his sister and Hwan, and with that, he took his leave. But as soon as Yeon left, at that very moment, all the warriors of the Nangon clan joyfully exclaimed about the end of their daily humiliations. The thing is, over these 2 months, Yeon fought each of them several times, and every one of the warriors suffered a crushing defeat. Observing the reaction of his subordinates, Zhuchon was forced to admit that it had been hard for all of them, to which Guol reminded that the Emperor of Swords could intervene at any moment. But Yuhua tiredly declared that she would have to lock herself in her room for a month to no longer hear this whining. But she was glad that Yeon studied so diligently, and Yuhua also felt pride that he was her brother. 10 years ago, a gang of robbers raided one of the settlements in the province. Their leader was a bloodthirsty and cruel man named Jusu, and the only survivor of that massacre was a boy named Wanho. For Jusu, it was nothing to take a child's life. However, that night, a Shaolin monk appeared as if out of nowhere and stopped the steel with his bare hand, standing in the path of his sword. Ignoring the adamant of the robbers, the monk calmed the boy and asked, "Is he wounded?" But Jusu, to his horror, realized that the monk before him was much stronger than him. Only his robbers and cutthroats did not understand this, and therefore intended to tear the monk to pieces. But he calmly disarmed their adamant and asked the boy, "Is anyone left alive?" In response, Wanho did not utter a word, and then the monk extended his hand to him and offered to go with him. The boy accepted the hand of his savior, and he helped him to stand up. Then the monk took off his hat and promised Wanho that he would explain everything to him, but first he would deal with these scoundrels. From the moment Yeon left the Nangon clan estate, 3 seasons had passed, and the place to be discussed is the Sunshan Mountains in Henan province. It is there that the famous Shaolin monastery is located, and the very monk who saved the boy from the robbers was now the abbot of this monastery. As for Wanho, he became the abbot's disciple and achieved the rank of Little Dragon of Buddha. That day, the abbot called Wanho to inform him of important news. But first the abbot asked the young man, had he heard of the quarrelsome wanderer? At this question, Wanho became alert and answered that the quarrelsome wanderer is an eccentric who travels the country in search of the top 100 masters and challenges them all. But Wanho had also heard denials of these rumors. It is only known that the quarrelsome wanderer defeated the master ranked 53rd, nicknamed the Flying Sword, Hyuk Leun. The abbot calmly listened to the student and only added that the defeated masters refused to admit it publicly, so there may be many more. Then Wanho asked, does the abbot really think that the quarrelsome wanderer could be a real person? Instead of answering, the abbot handed Wanho a letter and asked him to read it. But after reading the document, Wanho asked incredulously if it was a joke, to which the abbot advised him to look closely at the genuine seal of the emperor. The existence of the quarrelsome wanderer is not so surprising, but what is truly surprising is that he is the same age as Wanho. The young man could not believe it, and declared that if it is true, then the quarrelsome wanderer is the strongest in his age category among orthodox warriors. The letter also said that the quarrelsome wanderer would arrive in Shaolin tomorrow, to which the abbot explained that the wanderer had received an invitation to a duel, so he would be looking for the sender. Wanho became anxious again, but the abbot calmed him by placing a hand on his shoulder and assured him that the wanderer just wants to have his pride knocked down. And the wanderer also expressed a desire to stay in Shaolin and fight many masters, so the abbot asked Wanho to help watch over him. Meanwhile, 2 monks were on duty at the gates of the monastery. One of them was warmed by the sun, which made the other order him to get ready. But in response, the monk waved him off since they hadn't had visitors lately. So what could happen? Then the second monk, whose name was Muo, angrily asked his companion, does he not want to retrain with the master? However, in the next moment, both monks heard someone's approaching footsteps, and then they saw their owner, who turned out to be a stranger in a hat. Only the stranger exuded a frighteningly strong aura, which made Muo realize that before them was no ordinary traveler. Then he called out to the stranger and asked, what brought him to the Shaolin Monastery. In response, the road-weary Yang introduced himself and explained that he needed to see the abbot. However, to the guards, Yang seemed very suspicious, so they could not let him pass. Then Muo stated that they had not been informed about the guest, and therefore they could not let Yang through unless he explained his business with the abbot. Only Yang was very tired from climbing the mountain all day, so he angrily muttered, "Do the monks really doubt the document he presented?" However, from these words, Muo felt a deadly danger emanating from Yang, and therefore, in the next moment, he attacked Yan without hesitation. He managed to block the staff with his hand and asked, "Why did the monk attack him?" But in response, Muo stated that Yan had the look of a killer, and besides, a ragged fellow like him could not be the heir of the Golden Tiger Wall. Then Yan tried to explain to the monk that he had misunderstood everything, but Muo did not want to hear anything and intended to punish Yan for disrespecting the sacred Shaolin Monastery. However, in the next moment, Yan calmed the rash monk by fixing his cerebellum, and when Muo fell flat on the ground, Yan asked him, "Have the Shaolin monks forgotten how to communicate?" However, Yan forgot about the second guard, who started shouting and raised the alarm throughout the monastery. At his cries, a whole crowd of monks immediately gathered, and then the guard pointed at Yan and tearfully declared that this stranger had beaten Muo. The monks did not bother to figure out who was right or wrong, but rushed as a group to avenge their fallen comrade. Yan also decided not to waste strength on explanations, but simply to beat everyone up. But in the next moment, someone loudly ordered everyone to stop. Turning around, Yan and the monks saw Wanho, who demanded explanations from his subordinates. Then the guard pointed again at Yan and declared that this villain tried to pretend to be the abbot's guest and break into the monastery. Then the guard pointed at the lying Muo and added that he died at Yan's hand, which of course was not true. It is unknown what else the monk would have imagined if Wanho had not ordered him to be silent. And then Wanho explained to everyone gathered that Yan was indeed the abbot's guest, which stunned the guard. In addition to his words, Wanho presented a document and reported that he was heading to the guards to warn them about the guest, but they attacked the stranger without even understanding. The master's reproaches made all the monks very ashamed, as they were about to rush at Yan in a whole crowd. But the guard felt the worst now, as he was facing very big problems, which Yan was very glad about. As punishment for bias against the honorable guest, the guards were forced to stand in the rider's pose with a yoke and full buckets. Their groans and torments became music to Yeon's ears, who meanwhile was arriving at the Shaolin guest house. There he was received by the manager named Son Hak, who again apologized for the misunderstanding caused by the guards. But fortunately for him, Yan was not offended, and even praised the monks, saying that they were very spiritual. Meanwhile, while Yan was enjoying the offered tea, Son Hak had the opportunity to take a good look at him. To the surprise of the head, Yan was only 20 years old, yet he was that very quarrelsome wanderer. This fact confirmed the words of the abbot, so Son Hak cautiously asked, "Does Yan wish for an audience with their abbot?" But in response, Yan assured that he only wanted to learn from the Shaolin masters. Then Son Hak seriously pondered, for as a warrior, Yan was worthy to compete with their monks. But on the other hand, the head was not sure that the Shaolin elders would like Yan's proposal. Yan had no doubt about this, because unlike him, the great masters have something to lose in case of defeat, and therefore he always asks for a duel without witnesses. Then Son Hak inquired what Yan intended to do, to which he asked, "Is it possible to somehow persuade the elders?" In response, the head suggested that Yan call not the elders to a fight, but the novices. They might well agree to learn from Yan, and he could offer them a duel as practice. But in response to the proposal, Yan asked a counter-question. Would the novices even want to learn from him? After all, judging by the painful screams outside, right now they are not speaking kindly of Yan. However, Son Hak objected, since the monks themselves started that scuffle at the gates, and therefore they have no slightest argument against Yan. In that case, Yan agreed, and then with a sly smile asked the head, "Who among the novices is the most eager for knowledge?" To answer this question, Sonhak had to take Jan to the monastery's training ground, and on the way, the head admitted that because of the nickname, Quarrelsome Wanderer, he thought Jan was just a warrior obsessed with fights. However, when Sonhak met Jan in person, he realized that this nickname did not suit him at all. Soon the head and Jan reached the training ground where Wanho was currently training. Jan recognized the monk, and then Sonhak told him that Wanho was their pride and would surely one day inherit the Shaolin monastery as a mentor. Then the head reminded Jan of his question and stated that anyone in Shaolin would tell him that the most eager for knowledge in the monastery was Wanho. Watching his training, Jan asked Sonhak, "How many times a day does Wanho do this exercise?" In response, the head explained that simple, basic exercises were very important to Wanho, because a house built on an unreliable foundation would inevitably collapse. Therefore, Wanho practices strikes for about 6 hours. However, the answer did not impress Yeon, and he declared that Wanho's training was useless. At such loud words, Wanho stopped, and Sonhak perked up and hurriedly asked Yeon what he meant by that. But in response, Yeon calmly stated that he said exactly what he said. Such a training program was absolutely useless. Sonhak's jaw dropped at such a statement. However, he quickly pulled himself together and tried to smooth things over, explaining that perhaps the program lacks variety, but it has a solid foundation. But Jan had already heard this, and he had thought it over and concluded that training like this was pointless. Wanho heard every word Jan said, but remained silent until that moment. Approaching Jan, Wanho asked if he thought he was wasting his efforts. Then Jan replied, with a condescending smile, that Wanho's efforts were simply going in the wrong direction. The monk barely restrained his growing anger at such audacity, and just in case, asked Jan if he was joking. But in response, Jan suddenly declared that Wanho needed a real fight, which surprised the monks. Then Jan explained that in reality, many variables are added to the formula of a fight: weather, terrain, number of opponents. And in Jan's view, Wanho ignores these variables and stubbornly follows a comfortable, well-trodden path. Wanho could no longer tolerate this, and, clenching his fists, asked Jan if he was ready to answer for his words. But Jan only smiled wider and said he would gladly demonstrate his point in a fight. And then he officially challenged the Dragon of the Little Buddha to a duel. Watching Wanho prepare for battle, Sonhak thought with annoyance. Maybe he shouldn't have introduced him to Jan. But suddenly, a voice was heard behind them. The abbot, who was pleasantly surprised by the visit of the quarrelsome wanderer. And when Sonhak turned around, the abbot asked, "Is Wanho going to represent their monastery in the duel with Yon?" In response, the head admitted that he already regretted the idea, but the abbot reassured him, saying that he himself asked Wanho to look after the guest. Then Sonhak told how Yeon spoke about the ineffectiveness of their training methods in real combat, which made the head fear that Wanho might lose control. But the abbot calmed Sonhak again because he was sure that Yeon would not say such a thing without a good reason. Meanwhile, Yeon was warming up and looking forward to the upcoming duel with a real Shaolin monk, like in the movies. Only something was wrong with Wanho. He looked confused and even nervous. Yeon did not know what was going on in his head, but he knew for sure that this was not how one should behave with an opponent, so he decided to show him something new. Meanwhile, Wanho exhaled to calm down and was about to prepare for the fight, but was stunned by Yeon's prank. The thing was that he lay on his back in the arena and with a smirk told Wanho to attack. At such childishness, the monk angrily asked, "What is Yeon even doing?" But he calmly replied that this was his position, to which Wanho asked again, "Is Yeon going to lie on the ground the whole fight?" Then Yeon with a sly smile reminded that in a real fight anything can happen, and he just created a situation that Wanho could not even imagine before. The position Inoki versus Ali is a term that appeared in June 1976. It was then that the fight took place between the legendary boxer Muhammad Ali and the Asian pro wrestling champion Antonio Inoki. sports fans eagerly awaited the fight of two legends, but both fighters were stifled by the restrictions set for this fight. As a result, it turned out to be a very boring spectacle, and Yan decided to repeat this legendary duel in Murim. Meanwhile, Wanho asked Yan to stop fooling around and start fighting properly, but he said that he was comfortable like that and told Wanho to attack again. The whole situation amused the abbot, but Sanhak said irritably that the lazy donkey pose is just mockery for a martial arts master. The abbot Wanho felt awkward from laughter, and then he even asked Yan, what techniques is he going to show them? For Wanho, this was the last straw. He clenched his teeth in anger and hissed that if Yan was so comfortable, he would fight him. And in the next moment, he struck Yan with a fully charged ki leg and added, "Don't complain later." The monk's strike was like an explosion, but fortunately, Yan managed to roll to the side. However, the first strike was followed by a second, from which Yan again narrowly dodged by a miracle. Only after that did Wanho speak again and asked Yan to refrain from making jokes about him in the future. And then the monk stated that he knew why Yan chose that stance. It was because Wanho trains punches, but he also practices kicks. However, in response, Yan reminded him that so far, Wanho had not hit him even once, and as a bonus, he advised the monk to calm down, which made Wanho furious again. And at that very moment, he jumped into the air, preparing to unleash a crushing blow on Yan, from which he definitely would not dodge. But Yan had no intention of dodging, because that was exactly the move he was waiting for from Wanho. And in the next moment, he counterattacked, striking upward with his foot. Yan deliberately lay on the ground to transfer the impulse from the strike to it. And since Wanho was in the air, the recoil from the strike only affected him and caused a leg fracture. Wanho immediately screamed in pain, and Yan kicked him even higher. And there, high in the air, Wanho noticed the abbot who had been watching him all this time. Wanho could not afford to lose in his eyes, so he overcame the pain and landed on his feet. Defeat was unacceptable, but since Wanho could no longer fight with his legs, he decided to use his fists. However, the moment Wanho landed, Yan knocked him out with one precise blow. Wanho regained consciousness slowly, and the first person he saw was Yan, who immediately asked the monk about his condition. But instead of answering, Wanho sharply sat down on the ground and asked how long he had been unconscious, to which Yan explained it was no more than 15 minutes. Then Wanho lowered his gaze and regretfully admitted that victory had slipped away from him. However, to his surprise, Yan extended his hand in friendship and said it was a wonderful duel. Then Wanho smiled, agreed with him, and accepted the helping hand. Yan helped him to his feet and down from the platform. But on the way, he noticed that Wanho's confidence had wavered. Meanwhile, the monk admitted he had been short-sighted, but Yan suddenly stopped at his words. And then he stated that Wanho had a more serious problem, which made the monk ask, "What kind?" But Yan answered the question with a question. Why does Wanho want to become stronger? Because Yan seems to think that he still hasn't found the answer for himself. Why all this? And if Wanho wants to become stronger only to gain someone's recognition, then he will not be able to reach a higher level. The abbot heard every word of Yan and expressed his agreement with him. Then the abbot declared that he was proud of Wanho, but his attachment to him prevents the young man from growing further. Then Wanho stepped away from Yan and confessed that the abbot had become like a father to him, so he believed that through diligent training he could repay the debt. However hard Wanho tried, he lost the main battle with his own weakness, so he thought the abbot would abandon him. Tears appeared in the young man's eyes from his own words, and he said that a weakling like him is not worthy of the title Little Dragon of Buddha. But in response, the abbot fatherly placed his palm on Wanho's head. Then he admitted that he was guilty before the young man, because it was precisely because of him that Wanho took on an unbearable burden. The young man wanted to object, but the abbot calmed him and said that it was not necessary for him to become the strongest, because he already is proud of him as his son. At these words, Sonhak, watching from the side, almost cried, and the abbot meanwhile embraced Wanho and added that a father should not demand any special merits from his child. And then, giving way to tears, Wanho agreed with the abbot and called him father for the first time. Several days passed since that moment, and all those days, the Shaolin monastery was filled with the sounds of battle. The culprit was Yan, who was conducting training with the monks. Only he got a little carried away, and in those couple of days managed to defeat all the novices. This fact greatly surprised Yan, and meanwhile Wanho came to the training ground and asked if he had finished training for today. Yan immediately rejoiced at the appearance of the monk and suggested fighting once more. But turning around, Yan saw that Wanho was now walking with the help of a crutch, and he smiled and admitted that he was not combat-ready now. Feeling guilty, Yan apologized for overdoing it during the duel, but Wanho calmed him down and assured him that he was almost healthy. And also, Wanho admitted that he was to blame himself because he overestimated his strength. But then the monk realized and informed Yan that he urgently needed to hear about the Battle of the Dragon and Phoenix, which would soon take place in the Murim Alliance. Right now, the Murim Alliance is flourishing and at its peak, and all because for decades, the traditions of great families have been passed down by inheritance, becoming only stronger. However, peace and tranquility have long reigned here, but many young warriors expressed their dissatisfaction. After all, the new generation of fighters had no way to satisfy their pride, and so, after long doubts, the Murim Alliance still found a solution to this problem. Now, once every 2 years, an official martial tournament called Battle of the Dragon and the Phoenix will be held. Upon hearing this news, Yan seriously pondered, and Wanho added that the tournament would start in 2 months. But to get to the qualifiers, one would have to go to Hanam. However, as Yeon had heard, the Battle of the Dragon and the Phoenix begins with fighters being divided by age. Young warriors participate in the first battle, and those who are 40 and older take part in the second battle. So, if Yeon and Wanho decide to participate in the tournament, they will be placed in the first group. Wanho guessed that Yeon would not like this idea, since in terms of training level, he already stands alongside the 100 best warriors. Yeon was embarrassed by these words, but Wanho still suggested trying. After all, sometimes it makes sense not only to look to the future, but also to look back in order to see oneself from the outside. But more than anything, Wanho wanted to fight Yeon once again. Yeon could not resist such a desire, so he agreed to meet Wanho in the tournament final. And it was at that moment that the bond was born between the future god of battles and the chief master from the warrior clan, the Fire Monk. 2 months later, Yeon arrived in Hanam to participate in the qualifying competition, which he successfully passed, easily defeating all his opponents. However, although Yeon passed the qualifying competition, he was not very happy about it. This was because Wanho had already been selected as the representative of Shaolin, so he immediately went to Murim. And now, wandering the streets of Hanam, Yeon complained about the fact that even in Murim, there are privileges. But suddenly a boy called out to him, and when Yeon turned around, the boy handed him a letter. Yeon accepted it and asked who it was from. But in response, the boy only said that a very beautiful girl had asked him to deliver the letter. At those last words, Yeon greedily fixed his gaze on the lines on the paper. At first he thought it was a love letter from a fan, but having read the note to the end, Yeon realized that he was very mistaken. The one who wrote the letter asked for a personal meeting in the Lotus Tavern, and as it turned out, the boy was not lying. The girl was so charming that even hiding her face under a hood, men still stared at her. The stranger thanked Yeon upon meeting for reading her letter and still coming. However, in response, Yeon noted that the girl had studied him well, so much so that it was even unpleasant. Therefore, he dropped all courtesies and directly asked the stranger, "Who is she?" Then the girl apologized for how things turned out and revealed that she came from Murim. Then she took off her hood and, revealing a beautiful face, introduced herself as Miyun, the head of the Fortress of the Heavenly Bow. Yeon was speechless from the girl's beauty, but Miyun admitted that she felt awkward from his intense gaze, which made Yeon immediately pull himself together. And in the next moment, he realized that the winner of the previous Battle of the Dragon and Phoenix was the head of the Fortress of the Heavenly Bow, which means that now Yeon is sitting in front of So Miyun herself, nicknamed the goddess of the bow. The fortress of the heavenly bow is known for its isolation. Successors become only women who are trained in the art of archery. Mian is not even 30 yet, but she has already proven herself as an incomparable genius, reaching great heights in mastery. And moreover, she managed to win the previous Battle of the Dragon and the Phoenix. But Yona was slightly surprised by the fact that the goddess of the bow herself turned out to be part of the Murim alliance. And when he asked what the alliance needed from him, Mian stated that she had a request and suddenly used the energy shield technique. From that moment on, everything she says will remain only between them. Then Yoon inquired, what exactly did Mian see in him that made her have to shield herself from everyone for the conversation? But in response, the girl smiled and explained that Yoon has a certain reputation, and she had been watching him. Such an answer puzzled Yoon a little, so he asked, is that really enough to trust him? Then Mion hinted that the abbot of the Shaolin monastery spoke well of Yoon and said that he could be trusted. In that case, Yoon was ready to listen to the girl's request. However, she immediately became serious and told that every time the Battle of the Dragon and the Phoenix is held, incidents occur. But this time something truly serious happened, and not somewhere far away, but right here, in Hanam, the Murim branch. During his entire stay in the city, Jan had not noticed anything like this, so he cautiously asked, what exactly happened? Then Mian told that So Chang, the current head of the Murim Union Division in Hanam, was seen conspiring with several families and forging the results of the qualifying competitions. Upon hearing such news, Yeon assumed that Mayan wanted him to steal the forged documents, and unfortunately for Yeon, the girl with a smile confirmed his fears. She also slyly hinted that Yeon had once played a similar role before, which made him choke on his drink. The Murim Union's awareness caused concern, so Yeon asked, why should he even take on this matter, risking himself? But Mion assured him that there was no risk here, and handed Yeon an inspector's ID of the Murim Union. Yeon reluctantly accepted the plaque, and then Mion explained that with this ID, no one in Hanam would dare to harm him. However, in response, Yeon reminded her that he had not yet given his consent, and hinted that if someone gives something, they always get something in return. In that case, Mion smiled and noted that Yeon was quite consistent, and asked, what does he want in return? Soon, the Murim Union Division in Hanam received a visit from the goddess of Bow herself. Such an important and sudden guest was personally met by Chang, who with a broad smile declared that Mion's visit was an immense honor for him. In response, the girl said that Chan's words were like honey to her ears, to which the leader asked her to follow him. On the way, he admitted that if he had known about Mion's visit, he would have prepared for the meeting in advance, but now his head was spinning because of the qualifying competitions. However, then Chan asked the guest why she had come so suddenly. In response, Mion calmly pointed to two participants of the qualifying competition and said that she had come to Hanam because of them. Chan was slightly confused by the answer, but Mion reminded him that the winner of the previous competition could not participate in the current one. Therefore, Mion wanted to see what the new fighters were capable of, and she also wanted the leader to personally escort her, which surprised Chan. However, before he could say anything, Mion gave him a stunning smile and clarified. Did he mind? Chan immediately agreed to keep the girl company and suggested they first go up to the guest hall. However, in response, Mion shyly admitted that she would like to see the competition first. Chan did not dare refuse the girl and immediately ordered the preparation of the most expensive tea for her. Meanwhile, Mion found Yeon with her eyes, who discreetly gave her a signal. Their plan was that while Mion would distract Chan, Yeon would find the book with the forged results. Only Chan, though very ambitious, his caution does not yield to the thirst for power and wealth. Therefore, Mion gave Yeon a special ring, with the help of which a signal can be sent even from afar. And also, the book was surely enchanted with protection and concealment magic. So Mion also handed Yeon a bracelet, with the help of which this problem can be solved. And now Yeon had to put on the mask again and become the Divine Fist. Only he perfectly understood the intentions of the Murim alliance. He was chosen for this mission only so that in case of discovery, they could cover their tracks. And even if he has an inspector's ID, the difference between a union representative and an outsider is quite large. Nevertheless, Jan agreed to this adventure and skillfully sneaked through the window into the mansion. The guards were absent because they went to see Mayon, which made Jan's task easier. But he felt that everything was going a bit too smoothly. Soon, Jan found Chan's study, which looked more like a treasury or a jewelry shop. Jan, of course, suspected that the service might bring considerable bribes, but he could not even imagine it was this much. Meanwhile, while Jan was inspecting the study, the bracelet on his wrist shone, which meant the black ledger book was definitely in this room. The only problem was how to find it among such a huge number of things. Jan had little time anyway, so he decided to simply turn everything upside down here. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the estate, the qualifying duel had already begun, which Chan was watching in the company of Miyun. Watching this spectacle, the leader decided to casually ask the gods of the bow how she assessed the participants' abilities. In response, Miyun sincerely stated that there were quite a few talented fighters, so the duels did not seem easy. In that case, Chan assumed that Miyun had already seen enough and suggested she go up to the office, but the girl asked to stay a little longer as she was very interested in observing different fighting styles. Then Chan said that they had enough time, to which Miyun thanked him. However, behind her polite smile, the girl was wondering, how much time does Yan need, and how long should she continue distracting the leader? And he was closely watching the guests' behavior and clearly had already begun to suspect something. Meanwhile, Yan was ransacking the last cabinet with documents in the office, and having finished with it, he came to the terrible conclusion that the operation had ended in complete failure. He had already searched everything possible, but the bracelet still continued to glow. Because of this, Yan had a very bad suspicion. What if Mion had deceived him? The Murim alliance had no reason to lure Yan into a trap. But what if it was Mion's personal initiative? However, Yan quickly rejected this thought because he was sure that the head of the Heavenly Bow Fortress would not do something like that. And then Yan remembered Mion's words about Chan's caution, and at that very second, he realized, what if there was no magical technique here at all? Judging by the bracelet's glow, some magical protection was still in the office, but it was only to ward off uninvited guests. And then Yan asked himself, where would he hide the book in this room full of riches? Yan went to look for the answer on the bookshelves, because if he were in Chan's place, he would hide the book in the most visible spot. And soon it turned out that the black ledger book had all this time been hidden inside another book. Now that it was in Yan's hands, all that remained was for him to leave unnoticed. But as he headed to the window, Yan suddenly remembered that he was supposed to signal Mion using the ring. However, amidst these thoughts, he barely managed to notice the enemy's blade. Only in the last second did Yan manage to block the strike with his bracers. But the attack was so powerful that it threw him backward. And as for the sudden opponent, it turned out to be a red-haired warrior in a mask who sternly asked Yan, what was he doing in the chief's office? Yan assumed that before him was Chan's personal guard, and he also felt his threatening aura. The man in the mask was a true master, and if Yan had to fight him, quietly leaving would no longer be possible. But fortunately for Yan, he remembered the Union Inspector's ID in time, which he immediately presented. Then Yan explained to the guard that he came to retrieve the ledger in which Chan illegally records the results of duels in Hanam. However, in response, the guard simply cut the ID in Yan's hand, and then he asked Yan, what will he do now? Then Yan realized that the guard just wanted to fight him, which made him unable to suppress a satisfied smile. And in the next moment, he answered the challenge with a swift strike of his right hand. The guard caught it on the blade of his sword, but Yan only smiled wider and declared that he too was looking for someone to fight on equal terms. And then he tossed the guard into the air with an uppercut. But the guard performed a somersault and landed safely on his feet. However, Yan did not fall behind and tried to reach the opponent with a left hook. The guard avoided the blow and immediately responded with steel. But Yan skillfully dodged the sword by executing a sweep, and in the next moment, He grabbed the guard by the leg and locked it in a hold. Yan intended to knock the opponent to the floor, but the guard stood firm and threatened him with the blade. Yan had no choice but to release the guard's leg and jump back. Usually, a pain hold stuns the opponent, but the guard immediately launched a counterattack, which finally convinced Yeon that he was facing a true master. Meanwhile, the guard was forced to admit that Yeon had almost broken his leg. However, then the guard emitted a sinister ki aura and declared that it would not work a second time. Yeon realized he was not bluffing because he felt the guard concentrate ki flows in the lower part of his torso. Therefore, he decided to resort to provocation and asked, was the guard perhaps afraid that he would attack again in Patera? And then Yeon also emitted an aura of chi and claimed that besides that technique, he could show the guard many other things. Meanwhile, Mion continued to wonder, why is there still no signal from Yeon? They agreed among themselves that if Yeon found the book, he would send 2 signals, but if not, then 3. But the ring remained silent, causing Mion to guess that Yeon was caught. But who here is capable of opposing him? However, the girl was so lost in thought that she attracted Chan's attention. The leader asked if everything was all right, which made Mion snap out of it and say she was just staring at the fighters. Then Chan again suggested going up to his office, to which Mion again asked to watch the participants' duels a little longer. However, in response, Chan laughed and, rising from the table, said that all the duels planned for today were already over. And the leader also finds it very strange that Mion does not want to go to his office. Then the girl asked a counter question. Why does Chan keep trying to take her there? But the leader only explained with a smirk that he just wanted to show the guest his office. And he also asked Mion, what kind of thief broke into his estate? Mion realized that the chief had known everything from the very beginning, and therefore, instead of answering, she got up from the table. However, at that very second, she was surrounded by armed soldiers of Chan. Then Mion asked, what does the chief think he is allowed to do? But in response, Chan declared that Mion had underestimated him, and her thief would never be able to find the documents. And even if he did find them, Chan's mercenary would not allow him to leave alive. However, in response, Mion calmly asked Chan, does he really think he can defeat her with this? And in the next moment, the goddess of the bow emitted a powerful aura of ki and asked, have they all forgotten who she is? Chan quickly hid behind the backs of his men and cowardly stated that without the bow, Mion was just a helpless girl. But at that very second, a powerful explosion thundered on the roof of the estate, and when the smoke and dust cleared, Mion saw Yan fighting a mercenary in a mask. Meanwhile, one of Chan's soldiers tried to attack Mion from behind, but she struck the scoundrel with her elbow. There were too many enemies, but Mion was more concerned about that mercenary in the mask. She felt that he had unusual abilities, which meant Yan would have a very hard time with his training. Meanwhile, the mercenary drove Yan to the edge of the roof and asked, is this really all he is capable of? But she was not going to answer. Right now he had too little strength, and Kwai left. Besides that, the opponent completely blocked attacks in Patera, and Yan's strikes and stance were easily parried by his sword. Therefore, of the two, only Yan was wounded. However, in the next moment, it was as if an idea dawned on him. Then Yan began to accumulate the remaining ki he had and declared that this was not the end yet. Then the masked mercenary asked, has Yan decided to struggle to the last? But Yan answered the question with a question. Had he heard about the terrible earthquake? Karate Kyokushinkai is a style of karate created by a Japanese man of Korean origin named Choi Young Yui. Unlike many ordinary martial arts, it can be applied in real combat. Therefore, Kyokushinkai can be considered a martial art ideally suited for Murim. However, Yan did not have a special love for it, all because he was sure that the technique was not suitable for him, where one should not block attacks, but on the contrary, allow oneself to be hit in order to attack even stronger in response. Only one thing could be said for sure about this technique. Although it looked clumsy, just one Kyokushinkai strike could mortally wound an opponent. That's how powerful this style is. Yan, putting all his strength into the strike, tried to deliver a left hook, but the man in the mask managed to dodge the blow and retreated. In every movement, Jan felt immense power, but his internal energy did not increase, although now he paid more attention to each strike and put more malice into it. But the man in the mask only smiled maliciously in response. He was disappointed. Was this really Jan's last resort? To pump every strike with malice? Then the man in the mask went on the attack. Sharply swinging his sword, he delivered a horizontal strike to Jan. The strike hit its target, and a deep wound appeared on Jan's right shoulder. Then Jan hastily retreated. The opponent was too fast, and Kyokushinkai was of no use. But the mercenary in the mask was not going to give him a break, and immediately tried to attack Jan from above. He still managed to block the lunge with both hands, but that did not solve his problem. And then Jan began to think frantically, trying to find a way to reach the opponent with his attack. After all, this attack could be his last, and although the steps of the man in the mask were swift, he always moved in a straight line, and due to the speed, it was difficult for him to change direction. This was the solution to Jan's problem. After reflecting the attack, he fled with all his might. The man in the mask was surprised and disappointed by Jan's behavior. Could it be that he decided to escape, even though his strength was running out? Swiftly rushing forward, the man in the mask began to close the distance between them. Without slowing down, Jan glanced back. An unfriendly spark lit up in his eyes. This was exactly what he was counting on, and the opponent fell for his trick. Suddenly stopping, Jan took a defensive stance, preparing to block the strike. The man in the mask was confused. It turned out Jan was only pretending to run away, but at such speed, it would have been difficult for him to dodge. Therefore, he decided to accept the challenge. Extending his sword forward, the man in the mask was about to destroy Jan with the power of his inner energy. But as soon as the blade's tip touched Jan's fist, shock appeared on the face of the warrior in the mask, for the sword shattered into fragments, and he himself was thrown back by the force of the blow. Jan himself was a little surprised. Could it be that he succeeded? But this was not the end yet, because he directed the full force of the strike into the man in the mask's weapon, so his body was unharmed. Then Jan rushed forward swiftly. The opponent was unarmed, and this was his only chance to win. Jan was already preparing to deliver the final blow, hurrying before the opponent could use the lightning-fast step again. But the man in the mask did not think of surrendering. Now it was his turn to attack. And with all his might, he struck Jan in the stomach. From such a lunge, Jan, flying several meters, crashed into the stone wall of the building. And although he was still conscious, his strength left him, and he could not continue the fight. The man in the mask froze opposite him. He had not met an opponent like Jan for a long time. Jan could not understand how the man in the mask managed to attack him, since he had destroyed his weapon. But in reality, the mercenary in the mask possessed ranged attacks, and he took the sword only at the request of his employer. Although the man in the mask did not believe that the outcome of the fight would have changed if Jan had known about his abilities, the man turned around and began to leave, hoping that at their next meeting, Jan would become stronger, and the mask fell onto the tiles. So Wu-chan was never distinguished by particular intelligence or talents in martial arts. Therefore, he wanted to rise and took on all kinds of dirty work. Thus, So Wu-chan took the post of head of the Murim division in Hanam, although many crises befell him. Therefore, So Wu-chan did not consider the current situation to be anything special, and very wrongly so. Could this really be his end? Meanwhile, Mi-yan stood amid the fallen bodyguards of So Wu-chan. Of course, Seo Wu-chan was extremely dissatisfied with the outcome of the fight, as he had invested so much in each of these scum, and they couldn't even defeat one girl. Mi-yan glared threateningly at the head of the division. Could it be that he still sees her as just a girl? Then she quickly headed towards Seo Wu-chang, who began to retreat, not fully understanding what might await him. Suddenly, he felt that he had bumped into something. Turning around, Seo Wu-chang found Yeon, whose appearance was extremely menacing. Screaming in fear, Seo Wu-chang collapsed unconscious, which greatly puzzled Yeon. Mi-yan immediately rushed to him, clearly worried about Yeon's condition. Of course, Yeon tried to show that he was fine, but immediately coughed up blood. Then Mian helped him to lie down on the floor. She understood that Yeon had severe internal bleeding, but support from Murim was expected to arrive soon. Yeon told her that he was attacked by the mercenary of the head, but because of the mask, he did not see the face. Immediately, Mian began to apologize to him, as she did not immediately realize that it could be a trap, and because of this, Yeon was hurt, to which Yeon asked her not to blame herself. Because he lost, because he was too weak, and that is why the man in the mask left him alive. According to Yeon, the man in the mask is also participating in the Battle of the Dragon and the Phoenix. And if this is really the case, Mian promised to conduct a thorough investigation and deal with the offender. But to Mian's surprise, Yeon, smiling, asked her to take no action. After all, if the man in the mask really intended to kill Yeon, he wouldn't be talking to Mian now. Moreover, the man in the mask left without even taking Yeon's account book, and he, pulling the book from under his coat, handed it to the stunned Mian. Of course, Mian understood that Yeon wanted to take revenge on the man in the mask, so she had to keep everything secret. Yeon smiled in response. Mian understood everything correctly. After all, if it ended like this, he wouldn't be able to sleep because of it. Naturally, after Yeon fully recovered, he would go to Murim. Mian was also heading there to deliver the account book, so she suggested Yeon go together. Because of what recently happened in Hanam, the black bookkeeping was exposed, and the case ended with the arrest of So Woo-chan and all the families involved in this matter. Im Moo-sun, head of the Murim Union, nicknamed the Sword Master who tears the heavens, was extremely concerned. Although the black bookkeeping case ended in their favor, the assistant demanded a rather delicate reward. Leaning back in his chair, Im Moo-sun decided to entrust this matter to one of his subordinates. He was already ready to take a proper nap when the bursting-in assistant reported that the report needed to be checked by evening. And Im Moo-sun immediately grabbed the papers and began studying them with a wise look. As soon as the door slammed shut behind the assistant, Im Moo-sun sighed heavily. Although he had become the head of the union, his work was closely watched, and he only wanted to retire soon and focus on martial arts. The head of the Murim Union and the Sword Master, who tears the heavens, Im Moo-sun, was once an ordinary man who always lived on the edge of life and death and managed to unlock hidden energy within himself. Awakening amazing skills and hidden intellect, Im Moo-sun managed to reach his peak. After that, he began active activity in the Murim Union. He fought off bandits and participated in duels more often than he ate lunch. As a result, one day, Im Moo-sun discovered that he had earned the nickname Sword Master, who tears the heavens, and was invited to become the head of the Murim Union. With a bored look, Im Moo-sun shuffled through the papers, blaming himself for not immediately realizing what this would mean for him. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the fact that among the participants were representatives of the Fortress of the Daughters of Blood, who belonged to the Safa bandit group. Of course, there were no special restrictions for the tournament, but this was the first time someone from Safa participated in the Battle of the Dragon and the Phoenix. Then Im Moo-sun decided that it was necessary to prepare properly, for he did not know what the Safa group might be planning. A month passed since the events in Hanam and Yeon finally arrived at Hubei Fortress. At one of the tables on the pier, a man in a gray kimono was fiercely arguing that this time in the battle, the phantom dragon Kim V. Mayon would definitely win. After all, according to rumors, someone of the level of one of the 10 strongest monks appeared in their family. Then the plump man sitting opposite suggested that the victory this year would be won by the monk's disciple, the young fire dragon. But the mustached man sitting next to him disagreed. In his opinion, the victory should be won by Kan Yun-hwa, the ice flower from the Fortress of Mountain Flowers. After all, according to rumors, she is so talented that she will soon become a master of the plum blossom sword. Yan, who was nearby and heard the men's conversation, just smirked. Of course, he had heard that the Battle of the Dragon and the Phoenix resembled more of a festival, but even he felt his heart skip a beat at the thought of the tournament. But since he had fully recovered and eaten well, Yeon still decided that it was finally time to enter the fortress. The arena of the Battle of the Dragon and the Phoenix was packed to capacity. Everyone wanted to see such an exotic event. The mustached man, whose name was Huan Yu-san, greeted everyone present at the arena. He was responsible for conducting the competition. Before directly starting the competition itself, San decided to give the floor to the head of the Murim alliance, Im Mu-san. Meanwhile, the head of the alliance was examining with interest the text provided by his assistant, who was positioned behind him. After hesitating a little, Im Mu-san began to deliver his speech. The assistant sighed with relief. Fortunately, the beginning seemed ordinary to him, although he remembered the leader's previous speeches. But suddenly, the head of the alliance tore up the sheet of paper, declaring that he did not like to read moralizing lectures and admonitions. Throwing scraps of paper into the air, Im Mu-san demanded only one thing from the spectators: to enjoy every match. The poor assistant grabbed his face. It was a complete failure. But the audience gathered in the arena did not think so. On the contrary, it greeted the leader's words with cheers. He, who was watching what was happening below the arena, only smirked. He did not think that the head of the union would be so energetic. Stretching, he decided to head to the participants' stand. And although Jan did not show it, he was still a little nervous. Before the start of the Battle of the Dragon and the Phoenix, a list of 64 warriors who passed the qualifying competitions was announced. In the past life, this method of holding a competition was called a tournament. In this list, Yan Huin Tai was the first. Carefully studying the stand, Yan concluded that since the organizers planned to hold 1/16 of the final over 4 days, he needed to win while preserving as much endurance as possible. But most of all, Yona was interested in whether there was a guy in a mask among the participants. At first, Yan decided to start the search with those who use long-range techniques, but he did not know where to begin, so he simply decided to observe the duel. Suddenly, Sana's voice sounded, announcing the imminent start of the first fight. Joyful Yan was already ready to head to the arena, when suddenly an unfamiliar voice called out to him. Looking back, he noticed a dark-haired guy who was smirking slyly. Noticing a mute question on Yan's face, the young man was very surprised. But smiling, he decided to introduce himself. His name was Ji So-hyuk, a swift swordmaster. According to Hyuk, Yan was very unlucky because he would be his first opponent. But Yan ignored Hyuk's comment and, turning around, headed to the arena. Such behavior from the opponent enraged Hyuk, as it was an insult to his honor, and the people behind had already begun whispering. The opponents moved to opposite ends of the arena, and San, announcing the participants, declared the start of the first duel. Most spectators were skeptical of Yan, since unlike Hyuk, he did not have a resonant nickname, although usually those who passed the qualifiers had at least one. Then Hyuk waved back to his devoted fans, and Yeon could only envy him because he had no nickname. Yeon only smirked, thinking it would be strange if he called himself the Mighty Boxer or the Fight Fanatic. But Hyuk took Yeon's smirk as a challenge. Not only had he ignored him before the duel, but now he had the audacity to stand and smirk. Then San urged the fighters to calm down and prepare to start the fight. The opponents nodded affirmatively, and the fight began. As soon as San waved his hand, Hyuk immediately rushed forward, drawing his sword. Jumping sharply, Hyuk intended to attack from above, gathering all his chi into the sword. Of course, Yeon tried to block the strike, exactly what Hyuk was aiming for. A self-satisfied smile immediately played on his face. Hyuk's sword became flexible like a stream of water and struck Yeon in the chest. The crowd immediately went wild, cheering for Hyuk. It was no wonder he was called the Hope of Jeonnam, but Yeon only smiled in response to the opponent's attack. And although the strike did hit the target, there was no power in it, only external beauty. Could it be that Hyuk wanted to defeat strength with flexibility? Then Hyuk laughed sincerely, continuing to swing his sword. In his opinion, Yeon should have thanked him, as he had shown a secret technique available only in Jeonnam, to which Yeon, taking a fighting stance, invited Hyuk to attack again. promising in return to demonstrate his own technique, which was no less flexible and soft. But Hyuk was only amused by Yeon's pose. Did he really think that his antics were comparable to the technique of the swift sword? Enraged by such disrespect from his opponent, Hyuk rushed into attack, but Yeon easily dodged the opponent's strike and grabbed him by the shoulders, which greatly surprised Hyuk. Then, without much thought, he performed a judo move, throwing the opponent over his shoulder. The strike was so strong that clouds of dust rose in the arena, and when they cleared, the stunned spectators saw that Hyuk was defeated. When San finally recovered from the shock, he announced that the duel was over with the victory of Yeon Hwin-tae. But the fans of Hyuk did not take it very well. After a deathly silence, they erupted in a roar of indignation. Other spectators tried to calm the most dissatisfied as best they could. Looking at everything happening, Im Moo-sun just smirked in response. The assistant behind him also noticed the noise and was about to give an order, but Im Moo-sun just waved his hand in response. They wouldn't start a fight over this, would they? Im Moo-sona was more interested in his assistant's thoughts about the unusual martial art Yeon. Of course, the assistant had never seen anything like this before, but he could not call it a martial art. Although this style was very similar to the idea of yin-yang balance, here, Im Moo-sun smiled in response. It really did resemble the yin-yang balance. Maybe this technique would turn out to be even more effective than it seemed at first glance. Suddenly, Im Moo-sun laughed heartily. Yeon reminded him of a usual wind, and indeed he always moved, never stood still, and did not take a definite form just like the wind. But for now, Im Moo-sun did not know whether this wind would pass by or turn into a hurricane capable of overturning the entire Murim. Of course, Yeon assumed that people would react if he used modern techniques in battle. Only he did not think that the viewers would hate him so much. Heavily sighing, Yeon still decided to leave the podium, because due to sideways glances, he could not calmly watch the matches. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded behind him, calling out to him. Then Yeon turned around menacingly to find out who dared to disturb his peace, only to unexpectedly find Hwan smiling. They moved to the area under the stands. Hwan watched Yeon's duel and praised him for his technique, but Yeon just waved it off, since he was simply lucky. The opponent turned out to be weak. Such words surprised Hwan greatly. After all, the swift dragon sword Jisoo Hyuk was one of the contenders for victory in this tournament. Yeon's face twisted into a grimace of incomprehension. He could not fully believe that such a weakling was one of the favorites. Then Hwan laughed heartily, since everyone around knew about this. Of course, Hyuk had an explosive character, but he wielded the sword excellently. Yeon was a little embarrassed, as he wanted to watch the flexible sword in battle longer. He just did not expect to knock out Hyuk with one strike, to which Hwan smiled in response. Surely the spectators were seriously surprised when they saw Yeon's move, but Yeon did not share his optimism. Of course, the spectators were surprised, but as it seemed to him, not in the best way. At first, Hwan also had a low opinion of Yeon, and his techniques and actions seemed rough to him. But as soon as Hwan saw Yeon's efforts, his opinion quickly changed, and then he pondered, and felt ashamed that he did not put in as much effort as Yeon. After all, the original main reason for studying martial arts was the desire to become stronger and to protect oneself and everything dear. However, now everyone had forgotten the basics. Fighters only tried to appear as such, but they were only concerned about how they would look. Hwang also believed that Yeon's technique had no problems. It was just that in Murim, during martial arts training, warriors missed something important. Therefore, he advised Yeon not to be upset by the words of those who cared only about the outer shell, because his technique was so excellent that even sword masters recognized it. Yeon's face shone with joy, and he sincerely thanked Hwang. Of course, Hwang was glad that he could encourage his relative, but he needed to prepare for the upcoming duel. So he waved goodbye and wished Yeon good luck in the upcoming fights. Yeon blamed himself for making a person who was about to start a duel worry, so he decided to urgently pull himself together. After all, compared to his past life, such reproaches were insignificant. It was already late at night when Yeon, sighing heavily, finally collapsed onto the bed. Sitting and watching other people's fights turned out to be much harder than he thought. In the end, the guy in the mask, Yeon, was never found, but he was able to realize that the level of the Battle of the Dragon and Phoenix was much lower than he had thought. Of course, he did not watch all the duels, but most participants cared not about the effectiveness of their attacks, but about the form of martial arts. Yeon was disappointed. Apparently, he expected too much from the competition organized by the Murim alliance. Suddenly, he remembered Nangon's words. At this rate, the collapse of the Murim alliance is only a matter of time. At that moment, Yeon suddenly jumped onto the bed. If he could win using modern techniques, then maybe something would be realized in the Murim alliance. On the street, a cunning smile played on Yeon's face. He had one very interesting thought. It was the third day since the start of the Battle of the Dragon and Phoenix. But people continued to crowd at the entrance to the arena, eager to see the next duels in person. The first duel conducted by Yeon Huin-tai during the Battle of the Dragon and Phoenix attracted the attention of many people. Of course, they were interested not so much in the fighter's personality as in his peculiar technique. Many puzzled over the origins of this technique, but the only thing they managed to find out was that he was originally from Manhwa. Because of this, the public became even more interested in Yeon Huin-tai, so all eyes turned to him. However, other participants and contenders for victory were also conducting their fights, so people became curious again about who would win. However, in the second match, Yeon Huin-tai once again drew attention to himself by taking his opponent in a chokehold. And again, San raised Yeon's hand and declared him the winner. But this time, he added the nickname Eccentric Warrior, which greatly surprised Yeon. But the spectators were once again outraged by such a technique. They considered it disgusting. From the stands came insults and calls to immediately leave the competition. But Yeon, only smiling in response, headed to the room under the stands, which caused even more indignation among the spectators. He didn't care about honor and manners because he wanted to prove to everyone that the main thing in martial arts is practical application. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to Yeon. It was Won-ho, who was smiling joyfully. Then Yeon immediately rushed to him, laughing as he went. Of course, he was a little hurt that Won-ho had set out alone, to which Won-ho immediately apologized, noting that Yeon still easily defeats his opponents. Of course, Won-ho understood that although he had become a better fighter, he was still very far from Yeon. But Won-ho was not going to despair, because his main desire was to fight Yeon in the final. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to San's voice. He was announcing the start of the second match. The first participant was the Ice Flower of the Fortress of Mountain Flowers, Kan Yun-hwan. The audience greeted her with applause. Her opponent was Ko Chan-hu from the Cold Fortress of the Yang Healers, whom the crowd booed. Yun even felt a little sorry, because in Yang he saw himself. Then Wan assumed that all these jeers were connected to the fact that Yang was about to duel with the Ice Flower Yun. After all, he came from an ordinary, unremarkable family. But Yun was a true young talent from a noble family, and she also possessed a beautiful appearance. So in the eyes of the spectators, the healer Yang looked like a real villain. Only now did Yun notice how cold Yun's face was. He thought that in the past, she had been quite smiley. Then, sighing heavily, Wan told that Yun used to smile a lot. But one day, after going somewhere with her mentor, she changed drastically. As soon as San waved his hand, marking the start of the duel, Yun rushed forward swiftly. But Wan did not watch the duel and continued telling that, according to rumors, Yun once lost to a boy her age, and the defeat shocked her so much that after that Yun began to train even more, and her character became tough. Then Won-ho pondered how bitter that defeat must have been to change Yun so much. Yun's face spread into a sly smile. Could it be that Wan likes Yun? Immediately Wan blushed with embarrassment and tried to justify himself. But from his reaction, Yan understood that he hit the mark. Therefore, he suggested that Wan try to talk to Yun at least once. But then horror gripped Yan when he remembered Wan's words. Could it be that Yun became like that because of him? Yun knocked the weapon out of the healer Yan's hands and pressed the sword to his throat. Then San immediately announced that the winner of the duel was Kan Yun-hwa, the Ice Flower. The The stands cheered and began chanting Yun's new nickname, the Phoenix of the Ice Flower. In the next duel, the small fire dragon of Shaolin, Wan Ho, faced the great void dragon from the Gonryun family, Yan Un-O. Both opponents were inspired, and as soon as the command sounded, they immediately rushed into battle. Yan, who was watching the duel, noted that Wan had become stronger since their last meeting, and although Wan stubbornly still used old techniques, Yan was confident in his victory. Yan was about to go rest when suddenly a female voice caught him off guard. Slowly turning his head, he discovered an angry Yun. Apparently, he still wouldn't be able to escape fate. Measuring Yan with a stern look, Yun noted that he hadn't changed at all. Still the same foolish face and shameful techniques. Of course, Yan tried to justify himself, saying that this was his martial art. But Yun just laughed in response. How could lying on the ground be called martial art? To which Yan replied that despite this, he continued to win, just like in childhood. At such words, Yun blushed. Then Yan decided to lay everything out in the open. He was powerless if Yun still held a grudge because of their past. He was simply faithful to his fighting style and did not intend to humiliate Yun or try to elevate himself at her expense and let everyone around laugh and despise his techniques. Yun herself was proud of them and considered them the strongest in the world. Poor Yun froze in confusion at such bravado. She did not fully understand what was happening. In his soul, Yan scolded himself. He had just intended to support Yun, but it seemed he only made things worse, and he felt ashamed. But to his surprise, Yun not only did not get angry, but on the contrary, apologized, because she had not come to shame him. In previous battles, Yun had not been able to show her true abilities, but now she would be able to demonstrate everything she had learned. In fact, Yun wanted Yan to watch her next fights, and then she, turning around, went to the rest area. Watching her leave, Yan sighed with relief. It didn't seem like Yun was blaming him for anything. An unexpected gust of wind distracted him from these thoughts. It was Wan who dealt a crushing blow to the opponent, causing him to fall to the ground. The fight was over. Yan smiled. Everything ended faster than he thought. Finally, San announced the start of the last duel for today. In it, the secret dragon of the Namgun family, Huang, will face the mighty flame of Chang'o from the northern fortress Yelyang. Yan heard this name for the first time. Of course, he hadn't seen all the fights before, but for some reason Chang'o seemed familiar to him. One, who approached, distracted him from his thoughts. He was glad that Yeon stayed to watch his fight. Then Wan turned his head, because it seemed to him that Yeon was talking to the Phoenix of the Ice Flower. Yeon nodded affirmatively, saying that she went to the waiting hall, and they both started watching the fight. Suddenly, Yeon asked if Wan knew anything about the mighty flame, but Wan could not answer definitively. He knew that Chang'o was participating in the Battle of the Dragon and Phoenix for the first time, and judging by past fights, he had extraordinary abilities. Chang'o had a quick step and used a powerful long-range technique, and then Yan wondered, could it be that Chang'o is the very guy in the mask he was looking for? Van was distracted from his thoughts by Yeon's worried appearance. He looked unwell, but Yeon only smiled in response, attributing it to fatigue. It was no wonder considering how many fights Yeon had watched recently, so Van suggested he go rest. Van promised to report the fight's result later, but Yeon just waved it off, saying he was fine. Yeon clenched his fists tighter. He simply had to watch the entire fight. Nangun Huan was stroking the horses packed into his cart, when suddenly a familiar voice called out to him. Turning around, he saw his wife Yan Yu Hua, who had brought food for her husband. Then Nangun Huan gratefully accepted the bento and admired his wife's skills. Yu Hua was worried that her husband might want a snack on the way to the Murim alliance, to which Huan smiled once more and thanked his wife, since it was indeed easy to get hungry on the road. Of course, Yu Hua supported her husband's desire to participate in the Battle of the Dragon and Phoenix, and was even not against his victory. But for her, it was more important that Nangun Huan returned alive and well. And Nangun Huan, smiling at his wife, promised to take care of himself. The opponents took opposite edges of the arena and prepared for battle. Meanwhile, the current and former heads of the Namgung family, Ho and Ju Chun, watching the duel from the stands, noticed Nangon Huan's anxiety. Ho also noted that nothing was known about Chang'o, and it seemed Huan could not prepare a strategy. Because of the wedding, many rated Huan's skills as a warrior quite low, but he was still in good shape. For Ju Chun it was strange, because usually, looking at a fighter, he could roughly assess the level of abilities. However, Chang'o seemed to be wearing a mask, not just one, so it was difficult for Ju Chun to understand him. Here Ho was very surprised. It turned out that it was also hard for Ju Chun to determine this fighter's potential. Nevertheless, Ju Chun noted that since Chang'o was disguising himself so seriously, most likely he was a high-level master, and he explained Huan's anxiety by the fact that he had already guessed everything. Then, Ju Chun laughed heartily, like Ho, and said that Huan was also strong enough. So he decided to believe in the young dragon of the Namgung family. But Ho was not as optimistic as his father. However, he knew his son's abilities better than anyone else, so he could only believe in Huan. After inspecting the participants, San gave the command to start the duel. Right then, Huan dashed away from the opponent, trying to study him while maintaining distance. And Chang'o understood this perfectly. It turns out the rumors were not false, and Huan Nangon really is a cautious fighter. But Chang'o also believed that this would not help his opponent, because even keeping distance, it was impossible to dodge his step. And he swiftly launched an attack. Noticing this, Nangon Huan decided that this was his chance, and swinging his sword, he used the technique Infinite Blue Sky. Dust columns rose over the arena. According to Huan, after such a technique, everything should be over. But Yan knew perfectly well that most likely the fight was not finished yet. Then Yan noticed that Huan had gotten heated, although this was uncharacteristic for him. Perhaps he decided to start with strong attacks because he did not know the opponent's strategy. Huan's move was indeed good, but of course it was not enough to defeat Chang'o. Huan was amazed. The opponent was able to reflect the infinity of blue sky while moving towards him. But since Chang'o was not dodging, but reflecting attacks, it meant that he could not change the trajectory of his movement. And as it seemed to Huan, besides long-range attacks, the opponent had no other techniques. And since that was the case, Huan decided to finish the duel with his main technique. And comfortably repositioning his grip on the sword, he began to gather chui, to which Chang'o only smiled in response. He was even curious what technique Huan would use this time. Meanwhile, Huan glowed with blue light and thrust his sword forward. He used one of the variations of the technique, Boundless Blue Sky. Emperor's Sword. The spectators in the stands felt the air around the arena grow colder. Yan also noticed the sharp change in weather. It turns out that as soon as Huang began using the technique, the flows of his energy became cold. Of course, it all looked as if an enormous amount of energy was spent on such a technique, but Yan was sure that the technique was as strong as it was spectacular. But perhaps Nangon Huang will be able to win this duel. Huang's whole body felt as if scratched by 1,000,000 icy shards, but he was ready to endure it for victory. But Huang still could not complete his technique, and Chang'o knew this perfectly well. Although Huang looked calm on the outside, Chang'o felt that inside he was clenched with pain. Chang'o also felt Huang's fear that the technique could destroy him, as he could not fully control it. Huang boiled with anger. The opponent was right. The Emperor's sword was not yet fully completed. He still had to learn and learn. Around Chang'o, icy swords began to form in the air, aimed at him. This was one of the variations of the Boundless Blue Sky technique, Ice Storm. Roaring, Huang unleashed the full power of the ice storm on Chang'o. But he managed to parry all the attacks. Finally, he understood why Huan spread cold and ice crystals in the air. Of course, Chang'o did not intend to just stand there and take all the blows. Skillfully exiting the danger zone, he rushed swiftly at Huan. But Huan anticipated such a maneuver. Chan's hands and feet were immediately bound by icy shackles. And since the opponent was in a vulnerable position, Huan used the technique of 10 positions of the steel sword. Mad storm strike. The spectators in the stands froze in anticipation. Ho and Juchong even rose slightly from their seats. When the dust settled, those around noticed that Chano managed to block the thrust with his bare hands. Chano smiled slyly. At first, he thought Huan was just a green novice, but he turned out to be quite good. However, that was not enough to win. Suddenly, Chano sharply diverted the sword's tip to the side and lunged forward abruptly. Grabbing Huan by the head, he threw him away with all his might. Flying several meters, Huan landed hard on the stone floor, but before he could recover, Chano delivered a crushing blow from above. Lying on the arena floor and holding his broken nose, Huan could not fully comprehend how the opponent had not a single scratch, even though he had taken a direct hit from the ice sword. Chano did not see fire in Huan's eyes. His fighting spirit had vanished. Could it be that he was ready to admit defeat? In a normal situation, Huan would have acted that way. But now, for some reason, he did not want to give up. Meanwhile, behind Chang, new ice swords began to form. Van and Yan, who were watching the battle, were shocked, because if you use the technique from such a distance, they both will be in danger. The ice swords were already ready to pierce Chang'o, but he dispelled them with his flame with a light movement. Stricken Huan collapsed to the floor, his strength leaving him. Chano was impressed by Huan's work with the ice element, but she could not surpass his fiery technique, Yoliang. The duel was over. The mighty flame of the fortress Yolian, Chano, claimed victory. The audience rejoiced. Such talents had not been seen in the northern lands for a long time. Since Huan had no strength even to stand on his feet, San helped him leave the arena. Below him was already waiting Ho, who was worried about the condition of his son. Here, Huan guiltily lowered his head. Although he tried with all his might, he still suffered defeat. But despite the defeat, Huang did not regret going into the fight. Then Ho smiled in response and thanked San for helping his son, but he planned to manage on his own from then on. Of course, Huan was shocked by his father's action, but he just waved it off and suggested his son lean on him. Huan's face lit up when his father praised him. Naturally, Ho was proud of his son. One, who was observing what was happening, smiled, because despite the defeat, everything ended well. Looking at Huan, memories suddenly flooded Huan of how his mentor encouraged him, even though back then he was capable of little. Turning around, Huan wanted to thank Yuan for the support, but to his surprise, he was not there. Perhaps he went to rest, but Yan did not head to his room to rest. He quickly walked up to Chang'o. Chang'o did not like being stared at, so he demanded that Yan say directly what he wanted. Without much thought, Yan laid out his guess that Chang'o was the guy in the mask with whom he fought in Hanam. But Chang'o did not deny the obvious fact. Perhaps Yan wanted to avenge his relative's defeat, but instead, to his surprise, Yan began to form an energy dome around them. Now they did not have to worry that someone would eavesdrop on their conversation. But Chang'o still did not understand what Yan needed. Then Yan thought, honestly, he had no complaints. On the contrary, he was pleased to see Chang'o. Then Chang'o tensed up. Could it be that Yan was mocking him? But Yan had no intention of doing that. He didn't care that Chang'o defeated Huan, or that he was a villain by nature. He only wanted one thing, to fight Chang'o once more. But Chang'o just laughed in response, because Yan could only fight him by reaching the final. Of course, Yeon understood this perfectly, but among the participants, there was no one who could defeat him except Chang'o. So smiling, Yan asked Chang'o to stay in shape and reach the final, because he would definitely be there. 2 days passed, and the first quarterfinal battles began. The crowd roared approvingly after every strike of the dragon spear of Ak Ji-sop. Yan managed to block every strike of Ak Ji-sop, but he was in no hurry to attack. Sop immediately noticed this. Laughing, he suggested that Yeon was forced to defend because he was very afraid of his spear. But Yeon paid him no attention. He was gloomier than a cloud and muttered something under his breath, completely ignoring the battle. Then Sop decided to end the battle quickly and rushed into the attack. Suddenly soaring into the air, Sop tried to use the spear technique of the Ak family, the fourth spear. But Yeon, dodging the strike, delivered a crushing right jab to the opponent's jaw. The spectators immediately fell silent. not fully realizing what had just happened. Then San declared Yan the winner of the duel, but he was not going to celebrate and quickly left the arena. He was angry. His efforts were not enough, and if things continued like this, he would never defeat Chano. After all, in Hanam he had put all his strength, but lost without a fight. And since then, as it seemed to Yeon, he had not particularly improved his skills. In anger, Yeon struck the stone wall with all his might. Cracks appeared at the point of impact. Yeon did not know what to do. Of course, he had loudly announced himself, but so far he had no way to defeat Chano. Suddenly, behind him, he heard a concerned female voice. Turning around, Yeon found a red-haired girl. The girl immediately noticed Yeon's unhappy face despite his victory. Smiling, the girl took him by the chin and said that despite his sad appearance, she was ready to look at Yeon's face forever. Surprised, Yeon immediately removed the red-haired girl's hand from his face. The girl was shocked. Could it be that Yeon did not know who she was? She thought that every man here was at least familiar with her. Of course, Yeon knew who she was. The bloody daughter of Sura, Oh In-hai from the Blood Daughters clan. The girl who uses a whip and free techniques characteristic of Safa assassins in battle. It looked truly impressive. However, if you look closely at her behavior in battle, it seems as if her goal is to mock the opponent. Oh In-hai smiled, noticing the expression on Yeon's face. Could anyone think of anything else when near her? Her pride was hurt. In fact, In-hai came here only out of curiosity, as she believed that Yeon was the beloved of the Phoenix of the Ice Flower. Yeon even opened his mouth in surprise, imagining how he and Yoon would hold hands. After regaining his composure a little, Yeon was indignant, but In-hai just laughed in response, as she had seen him with Yoon. Of course, he was acquainted with Yoon, but to consider them a couple was somewhat too hasty. In response, In-hai burst out laughing. It turns out Yeon is good only at martial arts, but in relationships, he seems a complete novice. For an ordinary person, this might have gone unnoticed, but In-hai saw people through and through. Moreover, there were rumors that Yoon had isolated herself from everyone because of an incident in childhood. Yeon nervously coughed when this episode was mentioned, and he also saw Yoon's cold gaze, which everyone talks about. But recently something interesting happened. Always cold and rational, Yoon's expression changed, and it was precisely after the conversation with Yeon, as if she stopped hiding her true self. Yeon did not quite understand what exactly In-hee wanted to say to him. It turned out that her next fight was supposed to be against Yoon, and during the duel, In-hee was very cruel. Therefore, she wanted to apologize to Yeon for the fact that his beloved would be beaten harshly. And In-hee laughed mockingly, but Yeon ignored her threat and walked past, since he and Yoon had only played together a couple of times in childhood and were not that close. So In-hee had nothing to worry about. Passing by, Yeon headed to his room to rest, leaving In-hee in thought. After the duel, Yeon Hui-tai was finished with one blow. The other fights also went quickly. The winners were the small fire dragon of Shaolin, Wanho, and the mighty flame of Yelyan, Chang-o. Next was supposed to be the duel between the Phoenix of the Ice Flower from the Fortress of Mountain Flowers, Huashan, Kang Yun-hua, and the bloody daughter of Sura from the clan of Bloody Daughters. Oh In-hee. The spectators in the stands were divided. Some supported Yoon, others In-hee, but all were eager to see the duel of two beautiful warriors. Smiling, In-hee noted that Yoon was indeed beautiful, and the rumors were not false. Instead of responding, Yoon let the sharp remark pass by her ears, but In-hee did not calm down, asking, "Is Yoon always so silent, or does she simply not speak to anyone from the Safa clan?" To which Yoon also replied sharply that In-hee seems to know how to use her mouth, but she would like to focus on the battle. In-hee clenched her teeth in anger. Her provocation failed, and revealing her whip, she prepared for battle. Noticing the opponent's readiness for the duel, San gave the signal, and he immediately swung her whip, intending to strike the opponent. But Yoon skillfully dodged the attack and began rapidly closing the distance, drawing her weapon while running. Having reached the necessary distance, Yoon attempted to launch an attack, but In-hee only smiled in response, as Yoon was acting too recklessly. Swinging her whip, In-hee attacked again, but Yoon was able to parry the blow with her sword, and then counterattacked using the technique Sword of Pleasure with a mad storm. The strike hit the target, and In-hee was engulfed in a veil. The tribunes cheered and fully supported In-hee. Won was also watching the fight, unable to hide his excitement, and Yeon-hoo wondered why In-hee deliberately exposed herself to the attack. When the cloud of dust began to settle, the spectators saw In-hee coughing. It did not seem that she was hurt. But thanks to this attack, Yeon realized that the opponent was weaker than her. Although they were on the same level, Yeon's sword was faster than In-hee's whip, and if the fight continued at the same pace, the victory would be Yeon's. But Yeon was distracted by Yeon, and he immediately took advantage of this, striking her right shoulder. Yeon fell to one knee. Her clothing on the right side was torn. And he laughed joyfully, seeing the confusion on Yeon's face. Then Yeon, grabbing her exposed shoulder, tried to cover In-hee's mouth, but she struck again with the whip, and Yeon collapsed to the ground. In-hee enjoyed Yeon's suffering. Her attacks did not cause significant damage, but were aimed at destroying Yeon's clothing. Suddenly, In-hee pressed Yeon's face with her boot, further humiliating her opponent. Still, first and foremost, In-hee considered Yeon a girl, and only then a warrior. Therefore, she should have been ashamed that someone saw her bare skin. But Yoon was not going to put up with it. Sharply grabbing In-hee by the ankle, she tried to strike with the sword. Then In-hee still had to pull back her leg. Stepping back, she avoided the blow. Yeon was beside herself with rage. After all, she had trained so much all this time. Without much thought, she rushed into the attack, but In-hee skillfully dodged and struck. Her face twisted into a malicious smile. Now it would become clear whether Yoon would choose feminine modesty or warrior pride. The spectators, outraged, began leaving the arena one by one. Many did not perceive this as a battle, and were indignant why the host did not stop this circus. One of Yoon's family members heard the spectators' outrage. He was extremely displeased that people were mocking the tournament, and demanded the elder immediately stop the fight. But that was impossible. Then the young man suggested Yoon surrender instead of stopping the fight. Otherwise, she would be dishonored even more. Of course, Hyuk-dok understood the complexity of the situation. But if they intervened in the fight and declared defeat, Yoon would never take up the sword again. After all, Yoonhwa had worked very hard to stand in the arena now, and everyone knew it. So now they just had to trust her. Meanwhile, in the arena, Yoon desperately tried to attack, but In-hee laughed while evading the lunges and attacked in response. Yoon's movements became more constrained. She could not attack with full strength because she had to cover the exposed parts of her body with her hands. Anger gripped Yoon, for it had taken her enormous effort to reach this moment. Therefore, she had no right to fall for this dirty provocation. For now, the most important thing was to focus on the opponent. And Yoon once again rushed into the attack, casting aside her shyness. Herein he was extremely surprised by Yoon's bold action, for someone could see her hips. After these words, Yoon hesitated, which he immediately took advantage of by striking her opponent in the face. Flying a couple of meters, Yoon landed on the stone floor of the arena, and he smiled maliciously. She considered Yoon not a warrior, but just a pathetic girl, and nothing more. At that moment, Yoon considered herself as such, but suddenly she remembered Yeon's words. Then Yoon decided that she must become as strong as he was, and her hand reached for the sword hilt. Rising to her feet, Yoon with one sharp movement tore off her clothes, leaving only battle bindings covering her chest. And he clenched her teeth in anger. Her opponent had ruined all her plans. Looking coldly, Yoon immediately asked In-hee for forgiveness, for she had not tried hard in the fight with her, but now she intended to make a real slaughter. Swiftly closing the distance, Yoon struck her opponent in the face with a knee. The spectators, family members together with Master Hyuk-dok and even Yeon, all stood frozen with their mouths open. Yoon still managed to overcome herself and become stronger. Blood was pouring from In-hee's broken nose. She couldn't believe what was happening, as Yoon was already ready to give up. But he was not going to give up so easily, because not only Yoon had an ace up her sleeve, finally getting back on her feet, and he began to quickly swing the whip. But Yoon easily dodged all her attacks, gradually closing the distance. Then, approaching to a distance convenient for an attack, Yoon delivered a crushing blow to her opponent's stomach. Heavily sighing, he collapsed to the ground. She was filled with anger, and grabbing the whip, she tried to attack Yoon again. But Yoon, dodging the strike, was preparing to deliver the decisive blow using the technique of 20 plum petals, the shine of plum blossoms. Inhe's eyes widened with horror, as she could not believe what was happening. And when Yoon was already ready to finish the duel, her strength suddenly left her, and she collapsed onto the stone floor, dropping the sword from her hands. Inhe began to slowly rise from her knees. It seemed the phoenix of the ice flower had exhausted all her strength. Yoon did not understand what was happening. She could not only not use her inner energy, but she also could not even speak. Meanwhile, he slowly walked in Yoon's direction. She was surprised that Yoon had become stronger, but she was more interested in whether Yoon could remain just as strong when she was slashing her face. And he swung the whip, but suddenly Won intervened in the fight, putting his right hand under the blow. Of course, he was outraged that the small fire dragon interfered in someone else's duel. Therefore, she advised him to get out before she tore off his hand. Then Won apologized, but in his opinion, he had crossed all permissible boundaries. Then, he released the whip from her hands and addressed the judge. As far as she knew, if someone interferes in a duel, they must be punished. And if it was also a tournament participant, they must be immediately disqualified. San was confused, and the spectators meanwhile began to protest. Suddenly, a loud voice of Im-Mu-sun sounded over the arena, which made everyone immediately fall silent. Then Im-Mu-sun addressed those around. Surely many of them did not understand what had just happened. In any situation, they protect their values. But what good is it if traditions are broken now? Therefore, the small fire dragon Won-ho will be suspended from participating in the tournament. The day was coming to an end when Won came to the Yoon family to find out about her condition. Hyuk-dak approached him and thanked Won for saving his student, but Won immediately protested, since he interfered in something that wasn't his business, so he asked to just forget about it. Thanks to Won's intervention, Yoon was not seriously harmed. However, the defeat greatly shook Yoon, so she wanted to be alone. Then Won wished her a speedy recovery and took his leave. Hyuk-dak considered Won an amazing person, because despite the exclusion, he still cared about another person. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by an assistant. He expressed concerns that In-hai had done something to Yoon, and that was why she lost. But Hyuk-dak sharply rebuked him, since no traces of poison or anything similar were found. Of course, Hyuk-dak himself suspected that Yoon was poisoned, and surely they chose a poison that leaves no traces. But stopping the Battle of the Dragon and the Phoenix to check everything would hardly be allowed by the Murim alliance. The assistant clenched his teeth in anger. Why should Yoon suffer from the intrigues of the girl from Safa, when this is the territory of noble families? Their conversation was attentively listened to by Yeon, who was hiding nearby. In 2 days, the first semi-final duel was to begin in the overcrowded arena. It featured the eccentric warrior from Kumho, Yan Hui-tai, and the vile, poisonous snake, Oh In-hai, from the Blood Daughters clan. The spectators in the stands were eager. The fight promised to be extremely interesting. A true heretic of martial arts against a villainess whose cunning knew no bounds. Some did not know whom to support, but many agreed that it was better to root for the eccentric than for the snake. After all, the spectators were impressed by how Yeon managed to defeat Jisop's spear dragon with a single blow. Meanwhile, lost in thought, Yeon recalled how desperate Yoon was in the previous duel. In contrast, In-hai was in a positive mood. She liked that the spectators were so heated up. It was no surprise, since today was the duel of the two most ambiguous fighters. Finally, she noticed Yeon, and also observed that the usual hand wraps were missing. Could it be that he liked receiving painful blows? Sighing heavily, Yeon asked In-hai to be quiet. It was time to start the duel, but before he could finish speaking, a whip immediately darted toward him. Inni laughed maliciously. Members of noble families, who even during battle cared about honor and manners, always fell for such techniques. When the dust clouds began to settle, Inni's eyes widened in horror. Yeon managed to catch her whip with bare hands. Of course, Yeon knew she was right. Because of honor, noble guys often got into trouble. But that did not justify how meanly Inni treated Yoon. With all his might, Yeon pulled the whip towards himself and drew the surprised Inni to him. As soon as the distance became convenient, Yeon struck Inni with his hand. While turning, after making a couple of pirouettes, she landed unconscious behind the arena. At first, the spectators froze, not understanding what had just happened. But then they burst into cheers, and then San announced to the entire arena that the duel was over, and the victory was won by the eccentric warrior from Kumho, Yeon Hui Tai. Im Musun invited Yeon to his office and praised him for an excellent duel. But Jang Oh, who was also present here, was more interested in the reason for the visit to the head's office. Then Im Musun congratulated both on reaching the final, especially Jang Oh, who got to the final thanks to Wan's disqualification. Of course, Jang Oh was not going to listen to this, and already turned to leave the head's chambers. But the harsh voice of Im Musun stopped him. Chang-Oh felt the power that was hidden inside. The energy was so strong that if Chang-Oh relaxed even a little, he would faint. Yeon also felt the colossal energy that arose in the room and tensed up. But suddenly, Im Musun laughed heartily. He was just joking, and both finalists were already scared. Calming down a bit, Im Musun decided to reveal the true reason for summoning both participants. They both seemed too suspicious to him. Some elders and his assistant expressed concerns that something might be wrong with the finalists. Therefore, Im Musun himself looked up information about them. One had a very surprising past, and the other's was too clean, which was strange. Of course, Yeon once helped a unit in Hanam, and he is a direct descendant of the family, so his status was clear. However, Chang-Oh's history looked too neat, and this caused suspicion. That is why Im Musun called them to conduct a small interrogation and find everything out. Of course, Yeon was not against cooperating. But why was he also present at the interrogation if everything was fine with his background? Here Im Musun awkwardly scratched his beard. He just felt that it would be unfair for Chang-Oh to go through the interrogation alone. It was already late at night when Yeon finally left the head's office and stepped outside into the fresh air. But he still couldn't understand why Im Musun needed to speak with them personally. Suddenly, Yoon appeared behind him, having heard that Yeon was summoned for questioning. Turning sharply, Yeon protested that it was not an interrogation, but just a casual conversation. Nevertheless, Yoon congratulated Yeon on reaching the finals, although she could not have imagined that he would get so far with his shameful techniques. Finally, Yeon realized who was standing before him. At first, he couldn't see the face because of the darkness. Thanking her, Yeon hurried to leave the place since he had the final match tomorrow. But Yoon stopped him abruptly. She had seen today's match with In Hyo. Yeon fought differently than usual and looked different, so Yoon assumed it was because of her, to which Yeon replied that she was mistaken. He was simply as focused on the match as always. Of course, Yoon expected such an answer. She was ashamed to admit it. But after the defeat, she cried a lot, because she knew for sure that the opponent was weaker than her. But due to the bitterness of defeat, tears flowed non-stop. He tried to cheer Yoon up, but she reminded him of the words he had said, and he felt ashamed. But Yoon perfectly understood the meaning of those words. He wanted to say that any technique should be used in the right state of mind. Of course, Yoon realized that her main goal was to surpass Yeon and led to defeat. Although others said that he acted meanly, she only focused on victory. So Yoon decided that she would no longer chase Yeon in attempts to surpass him. Therefore, she advised Yeon to stop stressing and focus on the next duel. After all, he has a goal that he wants to achieve right now. A smile lit up Yeon's face. After such words, he simply had to win. The next day, Im Musun asked his assistant about the results of the Chang-Oh survey. The assistant reported that they used a lie detection technique, but there was no lie in Chang-Oh's words. Then Im Musun wondered if their fears were in vain, but the assistant still managed to obtain something. At the age of 7, Chang-O was accepted into the Yelyan family in the northern lands. However, soon they were attacked by unknown assailants, and everyone except Chan-O died. Then he wandered the world, and one day got the opportunity to study the Yolyan technique. After that, Chan-O returned to the northern lands and clashed with Master Ji Chumyun, who had seized those places and killed him. Then he started traveling through the provinces, destroying masters from Safa, and eventually came to the Battle of the Dragon and the Phoenix. To Im-Musun, the story seemed too ordinary, but the assistant confirmed its truthfulness. He also revealed that Chan-O is quite hostile towards Safa, so this could be useful for the noble families of Zhongfa. Having listened carefully to the report, Im-Musun stood up from the table and stretched his back. He thanked the assistant for his efforts and sent him to rest. The assistant, bowing, was already ready to leave when suddenly Im-Musun asked who would become the winner of the Battle of the Dragon and the Phoenix. Then the assistant pondered. Although he would have liked to see the victory of the boy with unusual techniques, but surely Chan-O would win. At the current level, Yan Huitai cannot possibly defeat Chan-O. The leader only smiled sadly in response, even though people were skeptical of Yan's fighting style, perhaps even despised it. Therefore, Im-Musun wanted him to win in front of everyone. Van was persistently knocking on the door, hoping that Yan had woken up since the final was about to take place soon. Then one pressed his ear to the door, hoping to hear at least something. After all, he was sure that Yan definitely did not go anywhere that night. The door suddenly swung open, and glowing, Yan came out to the surprised one. What had happened during the night? With the stands full, San finally announced the start of the final duel of the Battle of the Dragon and the Phoenix. The spectators cheered, welcoming both fighters. Yan only smirked, noticing the disheveled Chan-O. He wondered if the opponent had slept well, since he had been interrogated late into the night. But Chan-O was determined. Even if he had not slept at all, it would not prevent him from defeating Yan. A satisfied smile spread across Yan's face, and Chan-O felt the power emanating from him. It turned out Yan had raised his level overnight, but Chan-O could not fully believe it, thinking it was some kind of trick. Although Yan's level had increased, Chan still believed that Yan could not win. Both opponents released a colossal amount of energy, causing a storm in the arena. Poor San, blown away by such power, decided it was time to start the duel and waved his hand. Yan immediately rushed into attack, intending to strike his opponent in the head with his right foot. But Chan-O blocked the attack in time, and the Brazilian kick did not reach its target. Then Chan-O tried to counterattack while the opponent was in a disadvantageous position, but Yan managed to dodge and struck Chan-O in the back. It was a taekwondo technique called the tornado strike. One, watching the duel from the stands, was impressed. The abbot sitting nearby also noted that Yan had become stronger since their last meeting. However, the opponent's techniques could not be underestimated either, so according to the abbot, it would not be easy for Yan to win. Meanwhile, Chan-O used one of his family's techniques, the Yolyan fingertips. Yan did not have time to dodge, and the full power of the move struck him. Flying across the entire arena, Yan managed to stop right at its edge. A smile played on Yan's face. If Chan-O had been a bit faster, he could have broken through his chest guard. And then Chan-O realized that during the kick attack, Yan simultaneously managed to move away and reduce the damage. But Yan had no intention of stopping. On the contrary, he was provoking Chan-O to attack again. Then Chan-O's body was engulfed in flames. He suddenly became curious whether Yan could dodge such a move and rushed forward swiftly. Yan's eyes widened in surprise, for Chan-O had added the power of the elements to his step. But still, the direction of movement could not be changed. Yan only needed to choose the right moment and strike, and when Yan lunged, his fist fell into emptiness. Could it be that he had changed direction? Chan-O spread a satisfied smile. Yan was not the only one improving. While in the air, Chan-O struck Yan's face. When the body collapsed to the ground, the simulation ended. Yan, sitting cross-legged, sighed heavily. After all, this was already the 75th attempt, and the result of the duel simulation with Chan-O was discouraging. Yan lost in 87% of cases. It was like a lightweight fighter attacking someone from the heavyweight category. But it could not be said that there was no way. If this had happened before Yan's rebirth in Murim, becoming much stronger in half a day would have been impossible. But here, such an obstacle could be overcome. In Murim, it was enough to gain enlightenment, and then the task of becoming stronger in such a short time did not seem impossible. Of course, there were opponents who could not be defeated, even if Yan spent a lot of time training. But Chan-O had not yet reached that level. Plus, they were of similar age, and he did not use weapons. This gave Yan the feeling as if he was fighting with himself, but stronger. Therefore, this final duel was very important to him. It was necessary to achieve enlightenment, to understand and accept the limits of abilities, and to rise above. Suddenly, Yan remembered the words of the Emperor of Swords that Yan's technique was holding him back. In the past life, people admitted that martial arts were stronger than classical combat arts, and all who called combat arts the best turned out to be fraudsters. However, now Yan was in Murim, where the impossible in the past life became possible. After all, this is the world of martial arts Murim. Yan twisted and struck Chan-O on the back of the head with his left leg, driving him into the arena. Both opponents showered each other with a hail of blows, but also easily dodged the attacks. Chan-O tried to hit Yan with a fireball, but he managed to skillfully dodge. Twisting, Yan tried to perform a capoeira move, but Chan-O was not going to fall for the same trick twice, and also skillfully avoided the hit. But Yan still managed to grab the opponent and perform a counterattack, sending Chan-O to the stone floor of the arena. The stands were delighted with such a move. The Emperor of Swords, who was also watching the duel from the stands, was also impressed. Although Yan's movements were chaotic, they were very effective in defeating the opponent. However, Ju Cheon understood perfectly that all movements have limits. They worked perfectly on ordinary fighters, but those who were on much higher levels instantly deciphered this structure. Moreover, since Yan had faith in his combat techniques, changing anything became even more difficult. However, at the moment of enlightenment, Yan was able to change his fighting style and his movements. Yoon was also watching the duel. She was impressed because two people who had reached the highest level of mastery were fighting with all their might in the arena. Yan hadn't fought at full strength for a long time. He understood perfectly that if anyone lost concentration even for a moment, the winner would be immediately determined. He felt the same excitement he had experienced in his past life in the fight for the title. After all, fighting was damn fun. Chan-O retreated to catch his breath. Yeoman's techniques had become so strange that it was impossible to predict them, but such mastery was easy to defeat with strength. And a sinister smile played on Yang-O's face. Jang-O's body was engulfed in flames. Now he was going to show Yeon the full power of the Golden Mountains of Krimgan. Then Yeon smiled in response. Could it be that Jang-O still had trump cards left? And the opponents once again rushed towards each other. Musun was wildly delighted by such a duel, urging the fighters to tear the arena apart. But the assistant categorically disagreed with him, seriously considering quitting this job. Meanwhile, Chan-O began furiously showering Yeon with a hail of blows. The attacks were so strong that even Yeon's hands began to tire. Moreover, the speed of the attacks increased, but Yeon understood that maintaining such a state required a lot of energy. So Chan-O could not hold out for long. While Yeon was lost in thought, Chan-O took advantage of the situation and, grabbing both his hands, delivered a powerful headbutt. The blow was so strong that Yeon flew several meters, destroying part of the arena behind him. Chan-O immediately rushed after him, jumping from fragment to fragment in search of Yeon. Finally, he noticed something. Rushing there, Chan-O grabbed only a piece of clothing. Too late, he realized it was a trap. Yeon, who appeared right there, delivered a powerful blow to the opponent's jaw. But to Yeon's surprise, Chan-O was able to get up, wiping his broken nose. The arena was completely destroyed, and the opponents stood facing each other, calculating the next move. And then Chan-O soared upward, concentrating all the flames he summoned a fire dragon, intending to finish Yeon. Then Yan, focusing, combined all the technique steps learned in his past life. Thanks to this, he was able to move more easily than any step and dodge the fire dragon. Of course, Chano was struck by such speed, but he was not going to give up. Turning around, he tried to attack again with the help of flames, but Yan used the only technique he feared, Karate Kyokushinkai, and Chano collapsed onto the arena unconscious. Then San announced across the entire arena that the winner was the eccentric warrior from Kimho, Yan Huitai, and a satisfied smile played on Yan's face. As the name itself suggests, Murim is a place denoting the world of martial arts. In the past, after the Great War of the Righteous Sects, which ended with their great victory, the era of the righteous sects began. Peace reigned for the first time, but stability gave no chance to become famous, and boredom overcame the martial arts masters. And laziness began to erode even the desire for improvement. Feeling the threat, the highest masters organized a gathering of dragons and phoenixes. Today, to everyone's surprise, someone occupied the top position of the 43rd Assembly. It is only known that he is the youngest son of the head of one of the 10 great trading houses, Kim Hojan. Neither affiliation with a sect nor martial arts style was known, but one thing was clear. In the stale and stagnant Kanho, a new genius appeared, bringing the wind of change. His name is Yeon Hui Tai. In his previous life, he mastered mixed martial arts and almost became the strongest champion in the history of the Assembly. Battle of the Dragon and Phoenix is the final contest, where the current winner and last year's champion face off. In reality, it is more like a festival, so the audience's mood was different from a tournament. Since this is a battle between champions, interest in it is even higher than in the final. San gladly announced the start of the final event of the Assembly, the Battle of the Dragon and Phoenix. Then he introduced the current winner, Yeon Hui Tai. The audience greeted their champion with applause, and Yeon waved back to the fans. Although several days have passed, the excitement has not faded. All this was connected to the upcoming Battle of Champions, but Yeon was more impressed by the power of Sangchandan, one of the Assembly's prizes, as one pill could provide at least 40 years of internal energy. And Yeon simply swallowed it, and his internal energy increased so much that it became difficult to defeat him in battle. Of course, Yeon could have had no doubt about victory, but today his opponent was Kunhu Somyeon, the champion of the 42nd gathering. Meanwhile, Immu's son, watching everything from the stands, lamented that he could not lure Yeon to his side, but his assistant was skeptical, for Yeon was a free bird. No matter how much you persuade him, he definitely will not join the Murim alliance. But Immu's son was not going to give up so easily, and in a desperate attempt, began shaking his assistant, urging him to take up this matter. Then the assistant advised Immu's son to offer the Murim alliance to Chang'o, who took second place. But Immu's son did not like Chang'o very much, as he still doubted his origin. Immu's son's intuition told him to be cautious with Chang'o. Then the assistant suggested conducting an investigation, but Immu's son just waved it off. He was more concerned about who would win today, whether it would be the already well-known master at the highest level or the amazing guy who had only recently reached such a level, to which the assistant only smirked, for they were complete opposites, and the result was basically already predetermined. Of course, Immu's son understood this too, but he was still curious how Yeon would cope with his absolute opposite. Both opponents joyfully greeted each other, but it was a fight, and no one intended to spare their opponent. San waved his hand, giving the start to the beginning of the Battle of the Dragon and the Phoenix. Yeon immediately rushed forward, and Somyeon instantly raised her bow and fired a shot. Still, Yeon managed to dodge the arrow and was already glad, but immediately a second volley followed. There was no time to dodge, so Yeon used a taekwondo technique to deflect the second arrow. Somyeon noted the smoothness of Yeon's movements, but they also created many gaps in his defense, which he did not fail to take advantage of. Yeon was able to catch another released arrow in midair, and although it was without a tip, the arrow instilled fear in Yeon, as it was filled with internal energy. But the most unpleasant thing for Yeon was Somyeon's movement technique. Therefore, he had only one option left, and although Yan's flow of power increased, in a normal situation he would not have taken such a risk. But after absorbing Sangchandon, he was confident in his abilities. Yan smiled slyly. Somian was not the only one who knew how to attack from a distance, and waving his hand, Yan released a giant energy fist at his opponent. Yan, immersed in himself, looked at the round cookie with interest. His mind was completely empty. So he came to the conclusion that if he does not think, then he does not exist. Somian noticed Yan's empty gaze and pulled him out of his thoughts. She believed that Yan still could not come to terms with the results of the duel, but Yan was not very worried about it, because the very thought of losing was not that shocking. For the first time, he lost to Chang'o, and although it was called training, he also lost to the Sword Emperor and Qi Hyok. Even in his past life, on the way to the championship, he had defeats, but losing without even touching the opponent was something that happened to him for the first time. When Yan approached for a strike, Somian only retreated and shot her bow. He understood that it would be like that. Nevertheless, he thought that if he used the improved movement technique, he could catch up with Somian. But her technique was many times better. Out of frustration, Yan even bit his lip. He thought that just running and shooting in a duel was mean on Somian's part, but she only smirked in response, wondering what Yan expected fighting an archer, since he himself used energy. Then Yan shyly looked away, because it was precisely this clumsy technique that burned all his internal reserve. Nevertheless, Yan once again realized what his weakness was and intended to correct this flaw. Somian came to help and handed Yan a scroll, a reward he himself had asked for assistance in Hanam. Yan smiled joyfully, for he had already managed to forget about it. During his stay in Hanam, Yan did not know how to develop further. He wanted change, and after much thought, understood that he needed to study elemental properties. Usually, one studies a single element, but that was not enough for Yan. Therefore, he asked to find a technique that would allow combining different properties. Smiling quite a bit, Yan unrolled the scroll. He hoped very much, and then a miracle happened. He was very lucky. But after carefully studying the scroll, surprise appeared on his face. For it was not a technique, but just a note. Could Somian have been mistaken? And who was Che Huan Wu? Then Somian tried to explain that Che Huan Wu was an elder in the Mudan school. They say it was he who succeeded in creating a system capable of controlling all elements. But the Mudan clan itself considered it unstable and dangerous, so they forbade its study and expelled the master from the school. Of course, this was not known for certain, so Somian advised Yan not to be deluded. That was all she could tell for now. In fact, Somian wanted Yan to find Chai Huan Wu himself. After all, if the alliance itself had brought such a dangerous technique, if the Mudan school raised the alarm, the balance in the world would be shaken. Therefore, the alliance gathered information and gave Yan a lead. But whether it would work depended on him. Of course, Yan himself understood that his request was not simple, and he would not want a war to start between the schools. Somian, getting up from the table, said goodbye to Yan. She still had some business to attend to, and it was not proper for her to stay alone in the boys' room. Rumors could start. Embarrassed, coughing, Yan thanked Somian once again for her help. At the end, Somian advised him not to blame himself for the defeat, and if he mastered the long-range technique, he would definitely win. It was already late at night when Yan, after carefully rereading the note, collapsed onto the bed. The last time Chai Huan Wu was seen was near Mount Huigai in Zhejiang. That was exactly where Yan intended to go. Yan's plan was simple. First, to study the long-range martial art. Then to obtain scrolls with elemental techniques and magic. To master them using a special technique and expand his arsenal. Of course, Yan understood that elemental attacks were useful at a distance, but they were very energy-consuming. Therefore, at first he intended to learn something like a remote shot. Then to apply elemental properties to create a destructive technique. Scrolls with remote and elemental techniques could be bought with the tournament winnings. Therefore, Yan planned to set off as soon as he received the money. Although Yan did not know exactly when the winnings would be issued, and he was not used to sitting idle, so he decided to act. Mount Huetzi was located in the southeast of Xiaohong County, Zhejiang Province. It is known for its picturesque landscapes, comparable to the 5 great mountains of the Central Plains. It is often visited by those seeking peace of mind. And so, at the foot of this mountain settled a shop owner named Gong, who wished to trade with such visitors. Sighing heavily, Gong reproached himself for deciding to settle here at all. He was not at the right age, and his health had seriously declined. Yet Gong had left Beijing to peacefully spend his old age in a picturesque place. He had been running the shop near Mount Huetzi for about a year, fully understanding that there could be no high demand here. But Gong did not expect there to be so few people. Realizing his difficult situation, Gong had already decided to return to Beijing. But suddenly, a human voice called out to him. Not believing his ears, Gong turned his head and found a visitor. It was Yeon. Gong immediately jumped up to him, showering him with courtesies and enthusiastically advertising his shop. Hearing about the wide assortment, Yeon decided to inquire whether the merchant had any secret martial arts techniques for training. The merchant Gun rubbed his hands joyfully, expecting a quick profit, but he was very surprised to hear the entire list of what exactly Yeon was looking for. Of course, Gun had all of this in his shop, but the total cost for the equipment would not be small. Then Yeon, throwing off his shoulders a heavy box, which was completely filled with gold bars inside, would still have money left even after all the purchases. Gun's eyes shone with joy. He could not believe his luck. Then Yeon decided to ask if it was true that a man nicknamed the Immortal Destroyer of Wonders lived on the mountain. Gun knew little, after all. He had been here only a year. Yeon nodded understandingly, but Gun strongly advised Yeon not to climb the mountain. He himself had not seen it, of course, but rumors said that a demonic beast dwelled on Mount Huiji, and although the beast was medium-sized, it moved quickly and attacked travelers. Because of this, the flow of visitors to Huiji completely dried up. That was exactly why Gun was considering returning to Beijing. But this warning only further ignited Yeon's curiosity. So after thanking Gun, he decided to set off for the mountain. Peacefully walking through the forest, Yeon came to the conclusion that he should focus on honing his skills. Finally, Yeon reached the point that Gun had spoken about, and an amazing view opened up before his eyes. Of course, Gun also mentioned a beast, but Yeon did not encounter anyone on the way. According to rumors, it is here that there is an art capable of uniting all elemental techniques, which was so necessary for Yeon. But it seemed more like a legend, since Murim would clearly strive to acquire such a master, and Yeon found it strange that until now, no one had even tried to do this. Suddenly, Yeon felt someone's piercing gaze upon him. He sharply turned around but found no one behind him, although Yeon definitely felt something, and judging by the spirit, it was someone not below the peak of mastery. Could it really be that very demonic beast? Then Yeon decided to find the unknown himself. He concealed his presence, but with the help of his sharpened combat intuition, Yeon easily determined the location, and he immediately launched an attack. As soon as the dust settled after the strike, Yeon found nothing except broken trees. But among the trunks of the broken trees, Yeon also noticed a small squirrel. Having realized whom he was afraid of, Yeon laughed heartily. He apologized to the squirrel and promised to treat her to an acorn on the way back. But then he thought. He attacked with internal energy. But the ordinary squirrel was not even scared? As soon as Yeon turned around, the squirrel instantly slapped him. The blow was so strong that Yeon flew several meters and painfully hit his head on the trunk of a fallen tree. So the aura that Yeon felt came precisely from the squirrel. The angry Yeon immediately jumped to his feet. He could not believe how such a miserable creature could mock him. In despair, Yeon chased after the squirrel, but all his attempts ended in failure. The squirrel skillfully used the steps of combat technique and dodged all of Yeon's attacks. Finally, Yeon decided to give up this idea, since he had no time to mess around with the squirrel. The sun was setting when the squirrel following Yeon finally managed to find him. Already mentally imagining the fury Yeon would fall into, the squirrel rapidly attacked. But to her surprise, behind the tree where she thought Yeon was, there was only a pyramid of stones. Suddenly, Yeon appeared next to her, catching the squirrel off guard, and he still managed to catch it. Yan smiled joyfully. Even having reached a state of iron calm, an animal remains an animal. Suddenly, a man appeared next to Yeon and ordered him to immediately release the squirrel. Caught off guard, Yeon let the squirrel go. Of course, Yeon immediately felt a significant but strange aura. Perhaps the man standing before him was Chai Huan-woo. Yeon cursed to himself, noticing how the squirrel quickly jumped onto the man's shoulder and smirked arrogantly. At once, Yeon knelt on one knee and asked forgiveness from the elder. Chai Huan-woo sternly measured Yeon with a glance, then ordered him to follow. It was already deep night outside when they finally arrived at Chai Huan-woo's house. Fortunately for Yeon, the elder did not scold him for the incident with the squirrel. Meanwhile, Che studied with interest the message Yeon had delivered to him from the Murim alliance. Raising his gaze to Yeon, Che said that he was already the 16th person who had come to him to receive the wisdom of the abyss in this way. Yeon himself understood that it was a very bold act, but to his surprise, Choi agreed to reveal this wisdom to him. Naturally, Yeon could not believe that the elder would simply reveal all the secrets to him. In fact, Che was only giving a chance, and whether Yeon would use it or refuse depended solely on the student's determination. 15 people before Yeon had passed through this place, and they all looked as desperate as he did. But after Che's story, each of them began to hesitate, and eventually refused. Some even cursed Che and called him a fraud. Then Yeon became curious about why all the students before him had left, to which Chai, smirking slyly, asked if Yeon was ready to give up all the accumulated inner power. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Guado region, there was the Union of the Assassin Organization. The center of it all was Sal Huan, one of the 10 supreme terrors of the underworld. It was to his headquarters that the Mistress Heol Naimun came with her retinue. She decided to get straight to the point and threw a pouch of money at Sal Huan's feet. Ogyum demanded that Sal Huan kill the winner of the Dragon and Phoenix battle, and if he completed the task, Ogyum was ready to pay twice as much. Sal Huan was surprised by such an offer. Was this pup really worth it? Anger seized Ogyum, for this bastard not only broke her daughter's jaw, but also disgraced the entire Hyeolnyo moon. And she could not just let it go. Sal Huan spread into a satisfied smile. Since that's the case, he is ready to send the best assassins just so Jim gets Yeon's head. Yeon stared at Chai in incomprehension. How could one give up all accumulated internal power? To which Chai tried to explain in simple terms. To master this technique, Yeon needs to destroy his Dantian. Glancing threateningly at Chai, he demanded explanations. Sighing heavily, Chai began to explain. Surely Yeon had heard the story about him. A genius of the Wudang school who once proposed a strange theory, because of which he was rejected by the elders of the school. Unable to bear the humiliation, he destroyed his Dantian and disappeared. Yeon nodded affirmatively, but that was only partly true. Che's teaching really turned out to be so radical that it caused rejection and fierce resistance. And yet the Wudang school was associated by many with softness. This was a well-known fact in Zhongyuan, but behind this softness hid something much more important. Taiji. The founder of the school, Zhang Sanfeng, based Wudang on the theory of Taiji, which was widespread in Taoism. Thanks to this, the Wudang school flourished. But all this was in the past. The system of martial arts, including Taiji, was overly deified. As soon as someone hinted at a new approach, attacks and condemnations immediately followed. Without development, degradation is inevitable, and Chake is tired of it. In the end, he went into seclusion for a year, searching for answers and meaning. If Taiji is truly capable of encompassing everything, then why did the world split into yin and yang instead of becoming one? Thus, Chake came to the conclusion that Taiji possesses will. This will is absolute and so powerful that it can even contain chaos. That is why Taiji was able to become what we have. Essentially, Taiji could be considered a divine being. It was precisely on this truth that Chai created his art, calling it the magical push of Taiji. But the majority rejected the teaching of Chike and called it differently, Han Yuan Yizigong. This is the rare martial art that was rumored in Murim, and it is exactly this one that Yeon wanted to study. As soon as Che heard this, he threw bamboo sticks at Yeon's head. He angrily rubbed the bruised spot when he suddenly realized that Che had put internal energy into that blow. Yeon's eyes widened in surprise, for that could not be. But Che only smirked, as if to say he did not have internal energy. But Yeon still could not understand, since the elder himself mentioned that he destroyed his own Dantian. Then Che ordered him to follow him. Finding himself in the inner courtyard, Cha asked Yeon to let the energy pass through his Dantian. It was too dangerous, and the situation could get out of control, so Yeon hesitated. But Cha insisted. To Yeon's surprise, he felt nothing when passing the internal energy through Cha's Dantian. But how can one control internal energy without a Dantian? Such a martial art does not require a Dantian. More precisely, it does not and should not have one, because Taiji has a will, and internal energy possesses its own. But all Murim warriors perceived it only as an object of control. They never thought about its true essence. For Cha, his internal energy was not a tool, but a part of his will. The magical push of Taiji is merely a way to release another side of oneself. Yeon was amazed. Cha's energy flowed freely throughout his body like a living entity. It was said that enlightenment cannot be gained artificially. It came only with perseverance, fateful experience, and talent. Judging by these criteria, Yan Huitai was not just trying hard, he was enjoying it. With the memory of a past life and many battles behind him, he also possessed an innate gift. He simply lacked luck. But now the missing fragment was in his hands. Yan knelt on one knee and thanked Cha. Thanks to him, Yan finally saw clearly, but Che only smirked in response. Yang would achieve his goal sooner or later anyway. Yang still had much to learn. But first, Chai wanted to explain the basics, and they both followed into the house. Behind them, from the crown of a neighboring tree, two assassins watched intently. They were concerned that Yang had reached enlightenment, which meant he had become many times stronger, especially since Chai was nearby. Therefore, they decided to wait until Yang was alone and attack. In a backwater, deep in the mountain, Yang Huitai received enlightenment and was recognized as a master by Chai Huan. During the day, he practiced the techniques of the great pole and cannon pressure, and at night, he delved into other techniques with special zeal, preparing to reach new heights. Yang sometimes went down to the village near the mountain to make purchases for the master. Walking through the square, Yang chewed sweets and wondered if he had bought everything, when suddenly a squirrel sitting on his shoulder squeaked, pointing to a tray of acorns. Then Yang got angry, because he had already bought her treats. But resigning to the inevitable, he still headed to the tray. After the battle of the dragon and the phoenix, much happened mostly related to money and secret techniques. There were practically no duels. But Yan so wanted to quickly use the enhanced internal energy and Tai Chi techniques. Of course, Yan only had training sessions, but he so wanted to prove himself, and the master definitely would not agree to sparring. Suddenly, Yeon heard a voice in his head that ordered him to appear at a designated place within half an hour. And if Yeon did not fulfill this condition, the unknown would kill everyone who was in the square. Understanding the delicate situation, Yuan ordered the squirrels to return home without him, and Yeon himself meanwhile rushed swiftly through the forest thicket. Finally overcoming another obstacle, Yeon found himself among the ruins of a building. Looking around, he felt nothing. Here, Yan was convinced of his guess. These were assassins. But would assassins, especially masters of stealth, hide in such ruins? Suddenly, a dagger flew at Yeon, but he managed to deflect the strike with his glove. Suddenly, assassins dressed all in black began to appear from everywhere and tried to attack the caught-off-guard Yeon, but he managed to perform a countermaneuver. Forward stepped the deputy commander, a poisonous assassin named Sun. He ordered his subordinates not to lose vigilance, for their opponent was a master of the highest level. Sun was impressed by Yeon's actions, as he managed to repel the attack using a destructive wave. This demonstrated Yeon's good reaction and excellent defensive skills. Meanwhile, Yan pulled out a throwing knife that hit him in the back and asked who had sent the hired assassins, to which Sun replied that such things were none of the corpse's business. They were just doing their job. Of course, Yan was not going to listen to this, and sharply lunging forward, tried to attack Sun. But Sun managed to dodge, and the blow hit one of his subordinates standing behind him. In fact, Yan did not care who and why had sent the assassins. He was simply glad that he could finally test his strength. Yan again tried to attack Sun's deputy commander, but his leg was immediately shackled by a chain thrown by one of the assassins. Sun immediately struck with his sword, but Yan managed to block the blow, although he was at a disadvantage. Then Sun ordered his subordinates to attack Yan immediately, since he could not use his combat step while immobilized. Binding the legs to limit the technique was undoubtedly a good strategy. But Yan was not going to give up so easily. He began to move chaotically, not allowing the opponent to get close. He called this technique 100 chaotic intertwinings. Seizing the moment while the enemy restraining him lost vigilance, Yan sharply pulled the chain towards himself. From such a maneuver, the assassin lost balance, and Yan was able to strike the opponent directly in the head. Catching the unconscious body, Yan shielded himself with it like a shield, and the attackers hit their own comrade. Throwing the body aside, Yan rushed at the enemies, and within a second, the two closest were also defeated. 4 remained. According to the information Sun received, Yan had just entered the initial level of the highest, but his reaction, technique, and inner strength corresponded to the limit of this level, or even higher. Meanwhile, Sun's subordinates began to panic, seeing how easily 3 of their comrades fell, but Sun ordered them to keep their composure. Now that the essence of Yan's power was understood, they planned to use the hellish immersion, deadly net. Yan felt the atmosphere around change. The assassins were clearly plotting something. Then Yan decided to act. Soaring upward, he unleashed a powerful attack on the enemies, but the assassins, as if in collusion, sharply jumped back, and Yan's attack went nowhere. One of them threw something resembling a knife at Yan, but he dodged and continued the pursuit. Yona was even amused by this, because at first the opponents tried so desperately to finish him off, and now they are just running away. Suddenly, Sun's voice was heard from behind. Could it be that Yona really thinks they are just running back and forth like that? Then, Yona, stopping abruptly, began to observe the trajectory of all the opponents' movements. His eyes widened with horror when he realized that the assassins were creating the seal of the cycle. Now Yona realized that the assassins had deliberately lured him to the ruins to activate the seal. Of course, Yona noted the resourcefulness of the assassins, but such a trivial seal was easy to destroy. Suddenly, through the dust raised by the opponents running, Yona also felt something else. Meanwhile, Sun and his subordinates were rejoicing because Yona had so easily fallen into their trap. First, they drove the victim inside the seal and then filled it with poisonous attacks. If the victim has even minimal resistance to poison, they will not die immediately. But the poison was supposed to gradually and imperceptibly finish off Yona. Such was the hidden technique of the Shadow Assassin School, a hellish invasion and destruction of the land. Exhausted, Yona fell to one knee. Everything had gone too far. He did not even imagine that it would turn out this way. But Yan was not going to give up. He had to run while he was still conscious. And Yan suddenly jerked and tried to break free from the deadly trap. Suddenly he heard a whistling sound, and when he raised his head, Yan discovered an axe flying towards him. At the last moment, Yan managed to deflect the axe. It turns out the killers initially would not have allowed him to escape, and to confirm his suspicion, the opponents began throwing knives at him. But Yan was able to deflect every knife flying at him with the help of numerous energy fists. His strength began to leave Yan, and Sun noticed this. Could this be the end? Suddenly soaring into the sky, Sun used the poisonous snake sword, intending to finish off the weakened Yan with one strike. But when Yan was already mentally saying goodbye to life, something reflected the deadly move. Falling to the ground, Yan found a squirrel on his chest. How did it get here? A subordinate immediately rushed to apologize to Sun for not noticing how such a tiny creature passed through the seal. It was only a spiritual being of the limit level, so Sun thought it could not change anything, and ordered to reactivate the hellish invasion. But Yan and the squirrel were against it. Rushing forward, they fought the killers one by one, and in a second, the opponents were finished. Yan did not even think that the herbs brought by the squirrel would be useful. Of course, they just suppressed all the poison, but at least he remained alive. Suddenly behind Yan, he heard a rustle. Turning around, he noticed that Sun managed to get on his feet. Sun paid no attention to Yan and the squirrel. Inwardly, he scolded himself for carelessness. Therefore, he decided to first get out of here, and then reconsider the plan using the new information and gather people. Suddenly, a gray-haired man in a red kimono leaned on him, asking if Sun was really going to run away from some kid. Then he apologized to Lord Jihan. That was the name of the gray-haired man. Sun thought that in the current situation it was better to retreat. Suddenly, Jihan hit him with a backhand. Who gave Sun permission to argue? Had he forgotten his place? Jihan continued beating Sun, and Yeon watched the scene with surprise. Finishing the beating, Jihan released Sun's unconscious body, and he collapsed to the ground. Then Jihan turned his gaze to Yeon. He was impressed, although Yeon did not look like a fighter. Nevertheless, he managed to handle everyone alone. Therefore, Jihan suggested Yeon fight him, as a warrior to a warrior. Yeon tensed seriously. If Jihan were at the stage of superiority, he would have managed somehow. But with this level of training, it would not be easy. Of course, Yeon had already fought such an opponent, but that was a training duel. Now everything was different. Yeon understood that if he did not defeat Jihan, it would be the end for him. Suddenly, Yeon felt a tremor on his head. It was the squirrel trembling with fear. Then Yeon suggested she escape, but the squirrel firmly decided to stay and fight together. This cheered Yeon up a little. Suddenly, Jihan rushed into an attack, but Yeon managed to dodge, and the blade whistled over his head. Jihan swung the sword again. Then Yeon and the squirrel retreated and decided to regroup. Every strike of Jihan carried destruction, and the battle ki was concentrated to the limit. The level of Hwagyun was truly incredible. Noticing this, Yeon advised the squirrel not to expose herself and not to try to block the strike. Otherwise, the power of the sword would simply kill her. In response, the squirrel chirped approvingly. Then, grinning maliciously, Jihan delivered a long-range sword strike, but Yeon again managed to dodge. Finding himself behind the opponent, Yeon struck Jihan directly in the head with his elbow. But there was not even a scratch on him. Something was clearly wrong here. Although Jihan is very fast, all his movements were readable. And moreover, he did not use either false lunges or standard techniques. Then Yeon thought about whether he should take a risk and reminded the squirrel about recent events, and they began to move chaotically, which greatly angered Jihan. Finally, he began to understand what Yeon was up to with the squirrel. They wanted to use the hellish invasion on him, but this only made Jihan laugh. Concentrating his Kwai, he began to wildly swing his sword, hoping to tear apart the hellish invasion. Meanwhile, Yeon was gathering chi, preparing to attack. Watching Jihan, he could not understand how one could so thoughtlessly waste combat radiation. And Yeon, sharply attacking with a lightning strike of thunder, easily broke through the wave of swords created by Jihan. Then Yeon, closing the distance, applied a hold on Jihan, which greatly surprised him. Quickly coming to his senses, the angry Jihan tried to break the hold, but Yeon quickly gave the order, and the squirrel attacked from behind, intending to unbalance Jihan. The attempt was successful. Yeon managed to knock Jihan to the ground and seize his right arm in a pain lock. Moving to the next level, mind, Kui, and body simultaneously rise. Jihan, head of the third squad, holding the titles of Human Soul, Heavenly, and Soul of Souls. Although he had reached the stage of blossoming enlightenment, still, he differed from masters like the 10 Inner Lords. He reached this level by a perverted path, having studied the demonic technique, Art of Sura, absorption of blood and essence through hellish bleeding points. He absorbed the blood of hundreds of young men and women, devouring their souls. Without mastering a single technique, Jihan relied only on immense inner strength, and in the end, he was defeated by attacks from enemies whose stage was lower than his. Gnashing his teeth in rage, Jihan cursed Yan, his right hand hanging lifelessly, and he had to take the sword with his left. A satisfied smile lit up Yan's face. He had still managed to dislocate the joint, and now Jihan could not use his right hand. Seeing Jihan's mocking smile, he went completely mad with rage and tried to attack, but Yan dodged and delivered a direct blow to the opponent's jaw, and the sclera finished the combination. When Jihan collapsed to the ground unconscious, Yan sighed with relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Jihan turned out to be surprisingly resilient. Therefore, Yan decided it was time to leave before reinforcements arrived. Otherwise, they would not survive another clash. Suddenly, a rustle was heard behind. Instinctively, Yan turned around, and at that moment, the poison thrown by Jihan burned through his glove. Jihan was already on his feet, emanating poisonous miasma. Of course, he did not want to resort to this technique, but the situation had changed. His true poison technique was so powerful that even the Sichuan sect feared it. It was enough for the opponent to just touch him, and he would immediately turn into nothing. Yan was amazed at where Jihan got so much strength. Moreover, his own poison was killing him. Jihan, completely maddened with rage, roared and rushed into attack. But the Master Chai, who appeared out of nowhere, knocked him out with a single blow. Chai was extremely displeased with Yan, as they could have chosen a more favorable place for the battle. Yan scratched the back of his head guiltily, and although he was almost killed by the poison, the master arrived just in time. He got off lightly only thanks to the herbs of Che, which the squirrel brought. At the mention of Che's herbs, Yan was struck with a pipe. Who allowed touching his herbs without permission? Then Yan tried to justify himself, saying that the attackers were not ordinary killers, and the one Che knocked down was definitely a master of the fire limit. Che was impressed and praised the student for his efforts. But Yan did not forget to mention that the squirrel helped him. Smiling quite a bit, Che decided it was time to return home. But Yan objected. Shouldn't they escort the criminals? But Che said that those responsible for security had arrived and would handle it themselves. Moreover, they were looking for Yeon. The killers hiding in the village were eliminated. Only a few were captured alive, as most committed suicide using a poisoning technique. Yeon saw so many officials together in such a remote place for the first time, but Master Chai was not delighted. He had no respect for those who so rudely barged into his house. Here, Che became curious about what Yeon had done to have them come for him. Suddenly, one of those present addressed Yeon, calling him a titled hero. After clearing his throat, the man continued, saying that he actually brought an order from the emperor. At the mention of the emperor, Yeon immediately fell to his knees and whispered for Master Chai to follow his example. Reluctantly, Chai still obeyed. It turned out the emperor expressed interest in Yeon's martial arts, so he demanded his presence in the capital. Yeon even opened his mouth in surprise. Since the emperor himself was calling, refusal was impossible. Therefore, he first asked to gather his things. The escorts agreed to wait a little. Out of the corner of his eye, Yeon noticed that Master Chai did not listen and headed towards the house. Yeon immediately rushed after him and, catching up, apologized for leaving him so soon. And although Chike was upset, he did not show it. He taught Yeon everything he knew. But if he wants to learn more, he can come back anytime. He was touched by the master's words. Thanking him, he hurried to pack his things. When the things were gathered, the procession set off. But Yeon still could not understand why the emperor needed him. Could it be that he is looking for secret technology? If His Majesty is a martial arts fan, then Yeon was not against it. He expected that in the imperial palace, he would be able to meet truly strong masters, and if he is lucky, he will be able to become even stronger. Smiling quite a bit, Yeon boldly strode towards the next adventures.